Shall we hence? Long time no see, nerds. Been a bit. Sorry I've been like horrifyingly busy, even more so than usual. Good to see y'all. Been a bit. Even Nexel's here. Damn. Thanks for showing up, Nexel, and thanks to NMG for gifting a sub to him. A 1-year sub too. Goddamn. Good to see you, Wendro. 4 a.m. Go to bed, Nexel. What do you know what's up with the t-shirt? It was the t-shirt on the top of my pile. I might put on a collared shirt in a bit. They were all on my drying rack, but a couple already, so I might switch shirts, but this is what was easiest for me to come up and get started ASAP. Let me thank everybody I missed while I was getting ready. Ton of y'all. Oh, my filters broke because I had to set up a new computer. Thank you to Alphas for starting us off right before we got started with the tier 3 resub legend. Ever with the 11 months, right on that 1 year mark. JD Pava with the 2 month to tier 1 4-month total. Boom Big Jan with the 4 months. Appreciate that. Gusty Cube, great username. Thanks for the 2 months. David CA6 with the 12 months, hitting that 1 year mark. Chesk starting us strong with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much for that. Oh, is a stealth model Mistral? I might talk about it a bit, but probably not going to be a video. Any new chance at it working? No, this is my MacBook that I reset. This is a brand new MacBook. Probably didn't need the upgrade, but I like having the fresh battery, and I really wanted the matte screen just to try it out, and I'm quite happy with it overall. It's a VN with the 5 months. Appreciate that a ton. Coda with the 2 months of support from Prime. Tramp boat throwing a 5 bomb. Thank you so much for that. Alphas with the 10 bomb. Goddamn, you guys are going crazy with the gifts today. Dr. Marmalade in Jungle. Hopefully I got that right. Thanks for the 3 months. Spec, always good to see you, man. 28 months now. Goddamn. Life's pretty good. Can't complain too much. Been insanely busy, but hopefully I can spend the next few days coding and filming. Old Mac was the M2 Max. This is the M4 Max. I was going to wait for the M5 Max, but when they put out the M5 without the Max and didn't do a refresh of the like higher end ones at the end of the year, I got tired of waiting and bought this. It's funny because I pre-ordered this exact computer a year ago when it dropped, then canceled when it didn't have Wi-Fi 7, and now I'm just sitting here and waiting. Some security thing. Oh boy, another one. I need to find someone who does this at Cursor for you to be in a group chat with. I'll do my best to scout that out later. I've been talking to Cursor way too much the last few days. We got Row Program with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much. And NMG with the 11 and the 1 year to next. So you guys are being way too generous today. Thank you all so much. And Row, seriously, don't stress about donating, guys. You don't have to gift subs. We appreciate it a ton, but like, don't feel any pressure ever. Code like a surgeon from Shivam. Thank you for the resub and the article. Oh, I don't have Raindrop on here yet. Let me re-add it. Oh no, is that not working anymore? Did they... What's going on with my browser? Zen up to date. Let me just restart Zen. Hopefully that does it. Nope. Oh wait, okay. Randomly worked. AL pin. Allow. I know how this extension works. Let me sign in. 1 sec. Continue. And there we are. Cool. Now I can add that. Thank you. I think everybody I missed while I was doing that. We got Add Mouse here with the 4 months, 7 to 5 days until AOC. Oh man. Yeah, we have a community leaderboard, sub only. I'll get that all set up in a bit. I usually share all the info for that in Discord. We'll go hard for it. Oh god, hack club drama. Ugh. Thank you for the hair compliments. Just got it redone. Thank you, Nil Brandon, for the Prime. Guilty Gwen for the Prime. Jean Maher with the 7 months. The Real Flow with the 6 months. Keter 4X with the 5 months. Tramp Boat with the 5 bomb. Thank you again for the gift subs. You guys have been going really crazy with that today. Yeah, I might do a video on the state of bad software. So I tried out AMP very briefly. Ben tried it out a lot and said it was really good. Boat Moat Goat with the Prime. Malucci with the Prime. Thank you all again for the support. I see the new smaller tabs flag on Helium. This one. Dax vid. What do you talk about now? This seems fun to watch later. I need to sign in on YouTube. God damn it. Your sidebar fixed to try again? Oh, thank you for the heads up. That's actually really useful to know. Oh shit, Gonsi with the raid. Thank you so much, man. Always good to see you. Hope all is well. And yes, I do owe YouTube chat attention. Okay, I did break it out. It's here. Sorry, y'all. Blame YouTube for not making their chat work in Firefox. I've not watched the Nico video yet. I really want to. I kind of want to make my own similar one, so I should watch his first for sure. I might cover this. Is the most recent exploit on NPM, right? Laid off, weird because you're nervous and excited. Been at the same place for 7 years. Excuse to leave your comfort zone. Hit me up, Phaser. I don't know if you're on Twitter, but DM me there if you are. You've been around for long enough. I would love to help out if I can. Thank you, DJ, with the Prime sub. Appreciate that a ton. What article did you link? Oh yeah, the Kira one. I don't really know how to brand it. I'm thinking of like a more general, the advantages that startups have right now type thing, because all these big companies are, I think I have an angle for it actually. Mandates are stupid. If I'm going to do this one, I need to prioritize it. Label mid-pry. Whisper leak. WMG killing Udio and Suno. As much as I hate Suno, I hate WMG slightly more. But I detest both of these groups. music scene's interesting. Oh, that's good to know, Mad. I'll give it a shot. Fuck it, let's try it. Make a new split view. I'll drop that. I'll grab the URL for pop-out chat. Split tabs. Move that here. And we will see how this behaves. Why do I hate Suno? Funny enough, I actually have this open here right now. Music's one of the most accessible fields to get into by far. Many of my favorite albums were produced in bedrooms on iPads. That's the difference, though. They were produced. Effort was put in by a human to create the sounds that we experienced. There is no art quite as soulless as AI music generation. This doesn't enable new artists. It enables unmotivated people who don't care about the art. Someone said this is dumb of me to say because coding's accessible, but we still like coding models. And I said there's value in code outside of reading it. The majority of the value comes from running it. There's no value in music other than how it is consumed and how you feel when you produce it. Not comparable at all. That's why. Couldn't AI tools still be used creatively if the artist drives the process? Okay, I have an analogy for you, Alpha. I'm going to assume you're a developer, because most of us are. Imagine if the first time AI code tools happened, we didn't get Copilot, like the autocomplete that would work in our editor. Instead, we got something like Lovable, except it didn't give you source code. You had no way of touching the source code. It was just prompt to cite, and there was nothing you could do to touch the inner workings, and that was the only thing anybody was building in the entire space for AI dev tools. If the only thing we got for software development AI was a black box closed system, you threw in a prompt, you got out a service with no ability to touch the code in between, we would all laugh at it. What if I told you that's how literally every single AI music thing works? Every single one. There is no exception. Yeah. So if AI generated a logic profile with the different tracks and instruments, I would like it. I'd be way more cool with this. And if we could go even further where it could edit a logic profile and make changes to my project within the actual software that I use to create music, then it would be fucking awesome. I'd be really into it. And I do actually have one friend, a legendary producer who's deep in the weeds trying to make his own like DAW just to build AI tools within it because he thinks AI can be really good for mixing and mastering tasks. But the harnesses that exist for it are so garbage that he's building his own DAW and teaching himself how to code in his fucking 50s so that he can make a better AI-powered, well, AI tooling within a music production, in particular mixing and mastering experience, which I think is cool as fuck. Yeah, this is for that I almost got pwned. Thank you. What are my thoughts on spec-driven development and SpecKit from GitHub? I am not familiar with SpecKit. Interesting. I don't think I trust GitHub to build this. I would want the creator of this to be somebody who's actually building things with consistent quality. The state of GitHub is such that I wouldn't trust any architecture recommendations they would make. I'd be more interested in this from something like Amazon or something like Shopify than something like GitHub, where the quality of the software has been slowly rotting for a decade and a half now. Like, If this is how they build internally, then I can confidently say you should avoid this. But the idea of spectrum development, I don't have super strong thoughts on either way. Side channel attack on remote language models. Very interesting. I would want to read this more in depth later. I don't know if I'm the right person to make a video on it, but it's pretty cool. Mathematical EDM lady. I have not, but I'll save this for later. Oh, this, yeah, I have seen her. She's great. I wish there was a way to save one of these to watch later, but I will instead just put it in there for now. Here for a sec so I could thank subs. Thanks, Nix, Sniper Elite 1, and Burmont for the resubs, as well as Dr. Dory. Thank you all a ton. I love me some Rick Rubin. Rick Rubin is not the engineer I was talking about. I don't know how much they've shared publicly. I actually owe him a call, and I will share more once I've done said call, but it's a legendary mixing and mastering engineer who I'm very lucky to be friendly with. He's a good friend of a mutual. Shit, Wabo with the 20 bomb. God damn. How are you doing, man? Thanks for the gifts. I think you've gifted more subs than you've sent messages in this channel by like a lot. Legend. Let me know if there's anything in particular you want me to talk about today, and I'll try to squeeze it in. Thank you again for the support. Same goes with all the others who gifted a ton. Advanced tool use. I have not had a chance to work on the Stripe process, sadly. Hope to soon. 101 messages, 121 subs. Yeah, fucking legend. I'm using Raindrop because my favorite pocket died. Thanks, TK. I'll share more in a bit, hopefully. I've not watched the NeetCode video. I do want to. I'm not sure how he feels about reaction content, though. Let's figure out what we want to talk about today. You have to do Banana Banana before the hype cycle's dead, and I have a lot of thoughts and things I want to talk about with it. How I code with AI right now, I've been putting off, and I think now is a good time to do it. This is very low mid-pry. I'm going to bump this to high-pry just to separate them. I've not had a chance to explore Valdi like at all yet. I do make music. I haven't for a long time. Don't have anything public at the moment. Used to, but yeah. What do you mean YouTube doesn't exist? You're right here, guys. Polar, I have hope for, but the idea of like doing as much as they plan to themselves is a bit scary. Like being their own payment solution terrifies me. Autumn, we've been talking with a lot. Mark, my CTO, really likes them. The MOR stuff isn't stable enough that I can recommend it yet, and I feel like it's built around an assumption that it's valuable for companies to get compliant with EU stuff before they hit the minimum thresholds for that EU stuff. Like, you're not making money. You don't need to worry about having everything handled in all these other countries just yet. Like, The MOR, like EOR makes a ton of sense, which is employer of record. Because if you want to employ somebody in a different country and you don't have a corporation in that country, it gets real hard and real messy really fast. Merchant of record matters a lot less because you have to hit a minimum threshold in a country or region like the EU before any of this stuff matters. And even then, the fee you would eat is relatively small, often smaller than whatever the cost in the like upsell percentage is for the employer or for the merchant of record for doing payments through something like Paddle. Interesting. Excited to see what they publish. Thanks for the heads up. Language efficiency for token consumption. Very interesting. I will save this for later. You guys always drop the most interesting stuff. Send me stuff about the NPM things on Twitter. Let me check that super fast. 1 sec, y'all. God, the Twitter messages stuff is so broken right now. Can you bump that on Twitter? Because I'm not seeing it in my recents. Mostly seeing spam. Okay, I hate doing this, but I need you guys to understand how fucking cringe the things are that I get in DMs. Hi, hello, Theo. I was watching your React Conf recording on YouTube and saw you in the AI panel with Kent and others. Solved a front-end coding challenge in a YouTube live, and it would be really nice if I could leave my comments on it. Bets on whether or not this person follows me. Of course not. Why would they bother clicking one button when they could just ask me to do a lot of work for them for free instead? Just insane. These people are fucking useless. Like, not seeing anything from you, Jay. Oh, you bumped it? Cool, let me double check again. Not seeing it, probably just because Twitter chat's broken. What's your handle on Twitter? Just drop your @ in chat and I'll go find it. Oh, you replied on Twitter. Okay, that's a lot easier. Thank you. I thought that it was a DM. My bad. And in the Notion, it goes. Cool. Thank you all. I definitely missed chat when I was recording offline. This looks really interesting, actually. Thank you for that link. Try Gemini 3 and amp it, it one-shotted something no other model could do at all. Damn, good shit. You are one of the few that has hard enough challenges that I would trust you on that, Canada. Nick Fuentes, happy anniversary. Thank you for the 4 months of support. Yeah, we'll definitely get this type of stuff in T3 chat. We're in the middle of a big tech overhaul, and once that's done, we'll have a lot more fun, but can't do too many features just yet. Also deep on the mobile app. Subconscious threads for long horizon reasoning. I'm just going to be sitting and reading research all night, aren't I? Thank you all for the interesting research. We're celebrating 1 year of T3 chat. I have some fun ideas for that. Not another DB change, at least hopefully not. This is fine and see, as long as it's not like a rando that just discovered me through a talk and then DM me without bothering to follow me or learn anything about me. Do I use any terminal-based coding agents? I try them all out here and there, but I end up just back in Cursor most of the time. Yeah, we're gonna do long-running chat stuff. It's hard. We still have to decide like what path we want to take for it, and that's not trivial. We have plans, though. All things we're going to sit down and do once we finish the move off of Next.js. Cool. Let's... is it worth getting MacBook on M5? There is no M5 Pro MacBook right now. If you want a Pro or higher tier processor, don't buy a computer right now. Wait 2 to 3 months. We'll talk more about the move when we're done with it. Thank you, Happyitis, for the Prime and XHD Negative for 31 months. Now at 33 with the resub. Appreciate y'all a ton. We are app router with Next, but I'm using a client-side router on top of it. It's a mess. Okay, let's figure out what we're recording first. I need to do my offset marker quick. 37. I'll do 3730. Five. There we go. Yeah, I was finishing up last stuff with the Clonathon thing. We're very, very close to being able to do it. I just want to make sure everybody was paid first. Soon, I promise. I got you to do Excalibur. Awesome. Love that piece of software. I don't know why I'd use Gleam for a website. Gleam's really cool, but Nick Fluentes, he has a funny username. He's a person in our chat. A follower of mine, a subscriber. I literally just got half canceled on Twitter for defending trans engineers. Shut the fuck up. This is wonderful, NCE. Love it. NMG's on our side, don't worry. He just wants to make sure we don't go down the political rabbit hole. NMG's good people. So just noticed your username Drain Gang Glazer. I'm a huge Drain Gang fan. Got in a fight defending them a few days ago, actually. So somebody was saying, like, Drain Gang hasn't been relevant for 10 years. I'm like, literally this year they dropped like 15 bangers. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, Svelte's not for me. Rich Harris is for me. I love Rich Harris dearly. Svelte's just not a thing that I'm too into personally. Kevin Vandy with the 42 months. You've been around for fucking ever. Hope I get into Home Assistant, so one day we get T3 home stuff. Mark, my CTO and roommate, is into Home Assistant. I have not made the dive just yet. Planning any effect content? Once I build more stuff with it, yes. I have a lot of videos about the state of the job scene shrine. Check out my channel. You can find a few of them. We'll definitely talk a lot about T3 Chat Mobile once it's a little closer to ready. Have I seen the skate backlash? Yes. Some of it's on point. Some of it is annoying. I have a lot of thoughts. The core game is really good. People don't understand what early access means. I like some old punk. I'm not super into modern punk. This. Interesting. I think I heard about this. Have not looked into it yet. Thank you. I will star that and look later. We want to make a T3 mobile app. The mobile site is fine, but it has its quirks and they annoy me a ton. The Quatica album was cool. I think it's best with the visualizer, but it's not, or it's so cohesive that the songs don't end up very good as a result. For a funny contrast, there's just a new Siriusmo album that I love, where the singles are so good and the songs are so good that the album itself ends up a mess. And finding the balance between the two is the challenge. This is actually really good feedback. Thank you, Dr. Marmalade and Jungle. Sorry, YouTube chat. I was looking at my sub stuff there. Thank you to Ando for the T3 club join. Appreciate that. Does a front foot impossible become a back foot impossible? Nollie fakie? I think it would still be called front foot. It's just like if somebody was to say they did a fakie front foot impossible, that's a lot clearer than fakie back foot. Because it's front in this case is relative to when you pop. Although what front means changing different stances is really annoying. Like a fakie front side and a nollie front side are not, like if a fakie front side is you're turning towards the direction your back is, nollie front side is you're turning towards your front side. Because in nollie, the directions for spins are the same as if you had done an ollie, because it is easier to think about when you're getting into grinds. And when all these things were named, switch wasn't a thing. But then when switch was introduced, everything got a lot messier because like, let's say a backside 360. So normal back three, I would be like here and I would turn that way, 360 degrees. Fakie, I would pop and move my shoulders the same way. Nollie, I'm now doing it backwards. It's the equivalent of, like if I had switched stances, it'd be the equivalent of a fakie front three. Because in nollie, the spin directions are relative to if you were doing a nollie into a grind, which is really silly. But yeah, there's a lot of things that are wrong with how we name skate tricks. Yeah, skate debt. Actually, though, like we have our equivalent of tech debt in skate trick naming. But everything we've ever known is backwards and inside out. Oh, I like this prompt, actually. I'm going to screenshot that. Thank you. The RAM shortage is obnoxious. I've been skating for 20 years, roughly. I know it's against the rules to merge chats, but I can have them open separately. It's squeezing them into one UI. Like if I had YouTube messages and Twitch messages vertically in the same container, that would break things. Also, Nexel, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Get some good sleep. I'm so happy I have not upgraded macOS versions. I am scared about the new MacBooks because if I do upgrade and I have to do the new OS, I'm going to be fucking pissed. Okay, let's figure out what we're talking about. I did my marker. I did my offset. What do we want to start with? I got all my shit for Banana Pro. Let me do that. Give me a sec to pull up my bookmarks. I think I have enough stuff here. Cool. Nice. They're not streamed from my MacBook. Well, I wanted to make this gag for the original Gemini video, but forgot to, so I'm going to do it for this one. I'm not loving V3 of Affinity just yet. Still sticking with V2 for now, but we'll talk about all that in a bit. Use AI to code to things that I don't even know how it works. No, I've talked about this a lot. You shouldn't use the AI to go beyond your own abilities. Oh, boy. You know what? Oh, it sucks so much now. Let me grab my tweet about this, too. Cool. I think I'm ready for this. Similar taste, trust their judgment. Would I hire the person to sort through my raindrop saves and bookmarks? I'd go a lot further. I'd pay them to scroll. I did this for a bit with Gabriel, who usually shows up here, but is probably busy today. Gabriel was so helpful, but then I was going to hire him full time, but he wanted to make sure that he gets to code for a living as well. And I couldn't promise him enough eng work to justify it, so I helped him get another job and ended up losing my lead researcher, which was rough. We would probably have a lot more videos if I still had him around. He's still around, but if I still had him as an employee is what I mean, because he was the fucking, oh, that was so good. I would gladly have paid him like a real eng salary to be full-time just researching and finding me things to talk about. He found shit every single day. It was the best. I think I'm good to go for this. I think I'm going to change really fast. I want a nicer shirt than this React shirt. So I'll be back in just a sec, and then we'll start. And the worst part about my hand surgery is that it sucks to button things up because my thumb still doesn't have any pinch force. Much better. Okay. Let's do it. React's not a good choice for sure. It's still good for UI though. Love that. Nothing carpal related at all. My hand was healthy outside of my thumb falling off it. I had to have a complete thumb reconstruction. Let's do it. I like my hair. Cool. Let's do it. Last week, Google released their best model ever, Gemini 3 Pro. At least their best language model. What if I told you it wasn't the best model that they released last week? What if I told you there's something way better, way, way ahead of the competition that I've been using almost every day since it came out? Introducing Weather Next 2, their weather forecasting model. No, we're not here to talk about the weather model they put out, even though it came out at the same time and is really funny. We're here to talk about Gemini, or let me find the Nano Banana Pro release. We're here to talk about Nano Banana Pro. I know I'm late to this, but I want to do something different. Everybody else has been showing off how powerful it is, and we'll be doing that too. But I have concerns about this. We're now past the point with these image generation models where the average person can tell that it's fake or not by a ton. Like, so far ahead of that point. Especially now that it's as good at text as it is. One of the things they introduced alongside Nano Banana Pro is the update to SynthID, which is their digital watermarking system, and it's now exposed within the Gemini app. This is an interesting development that I have a lot of thoughts about, as well as a lot of ability to exploit. Hopefully, I'm not going to get this video demonetized like happened last time I talked about a Google thing in a way that YouTube wasn't happy with. Regardless, this is going to be a fun deep dive. All the crazy things I can't wait to show you guys all the crazy things Nano Banana can do, from design and mocking applications to making crazy diagrams, editing photos, and so much more, as well as the ways that SynthID doesn't go anywhere near far enough. But since this video might get demonetized, we need some way to make money. So quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll get... But since my last video about Google stuff got demonetized, let's hear a quick word from today's sponsor so we can cover our bills. Actually, I got a funnier transition. While I can generate really compelling images, I still can't generate money. So let's hear from today's sponsor instead. Perfect. First, we should talk about the name Nano Banana, because it's very silly. Google got in on this whole trend of doing anonymous models, but they were one of the first to do it with an image model. They called it Nano Banana when they first put it up on like Ella Marina and things for people to compare. The name was funny. They decided to just stick with it. And now Gemini 2.5 Flash image model is known largely as Nano Banana. In fact, it's even exposed over the API under that name, which I think is hilarious. Nano Banana Pro is the new version. And I was lucky enough to get early access by like 2 to 3 days and play with it a bunch. And now it's officially out for everyone to use. And man, the things you can do with it are crazy. One quick tangent before we go too deep. When I was playing with it, I genuinely assumed that the version I was getting was somehow not going through the safety filters, because I was generating things I did not think you should be able to generate with an image model that most of the services will hard block you from trying to do. Let me do something quick. I just need 1 sec for this. Cool. I was trying to sign in to ChatGPT. Rip me. Looks like we're using chatgpt.com. Let's do create image. I just want to make sure I can get this to error. Yeah. For reference, here's a photo that I was able to get Gemini to generate with no issue at all. Like Nano Banana was perfectly happy to generate this when I was using the early access. I assumed that they just weren't doing the strict application of their filtering. And then the official version came out and it still let me do it. This one was done on the official version, not my early access. So it seems like they're not really restricting things. And if you do actually get a rejection, I found that if you just send the same prompt multiple times, eventually it'll just go through, which is scary. This can be used for some terrifying misinformation. And I know if I sent this to my parents, they would be very confused. I am trying to do the same thing on ChatGPT right now. Normally, it would reject these types of things. They might have reduced how quick it is to reject because it's still going, but we won't know for like 5 fucking minutes because the ChatGPT image gen is so slow. It's so slow. One of the many things I've really liked about the new Nano Banana stuff is it flies. It takes seconds instead of minutes, and it's really, really nice. Now I have to sign into T3 chat. Which, unlike ChatGPT, just worked first try. Cool. As you can guess, we do have Nano Banana Pro available in T3 chat. You get 50 image gens for your $8 a month subscription, as well as the normal 1,500 messages on anything that's not super absurdly expensive. But that's really nice. If you've used the image gen UIs in Gemini or AI Studio, you've suffered a lot, and I promise you'll have a much better experience here. Like me trying to generate I was trying to generate a title from Sunny and Philly to post for a Twitter meme of the gang solves the RAM crisis. But what it was able to do totally fine here is generate Charlie and Mac from Sunny and Philly selling RAM at the front door of a mansion. Like, this is good. That's like annoyingly, weirdly good. Let me do some shit here. Thank you, E-Instance, for the 5-bomb. Really appreciate that. Jeff for the sub. Rayot for the sub or resub for 4 months now. L with the Prime sub. Gabriel, always good to see you. I saw you dropped a link. Let me save this. Oh, yeah, we'll be talking about that later. I have the link saved. Good to see you, man. Yeah. And just for comparison's sake, let's try the same prompt. You know what? I'll use the fancy features we have. Branch off, OpenAI, GPT image gen. And now we have the exact same prompt generating with GPT image 1. And just for comparison's sake, so you can see how much faster things are with Nano Banana, I'll do the same here. Seriously, like this branch feature is so useful. I don't mean to just sit here and glaze my own product, but having used all of the chat apps and AI Studio a lot recently, this is a lifesaver. And there, Nano Banana Pro is done. That took like less than 30 seconds. GPT image gen is still going. That'll take 2 to 3 minutes. Oh, look at that. The Donald Trump and Joe Biden sharing a milkshake finished. Once again, I would like to compare the quality of these images. This is what we got out of GPT image gen. This is what we got out of Gemini Nano Banana Pro. GPT image gen, Nano Banana Pro. GPT image gen, Nano Banana Pro. It's so far ahead, it's hilarious. And if it was just like the quality of portrait type photos, that'd be one thing, but it goes way deeper. I am surprised that OpenAI let me generate this. They're normally more strict, but it seems like they're being chiller about this. But yeah, if that's all it did, it would still be groundbreaking and super impressive, but it does so much more. Let me go to my AI Studio quick. This. Cool. You guys might know this if you follow me on other platforms. If not, fun thing I do every year, multiple times a year now, I'm a fiend for deals. I love hunting for deals across various services. Actually, we're going to come back here in a second. I want to do one more thing here first. Okay. This is the same, or one more comparison, quick. This one I did in T3 chat. You can see Charlie and Mac from Sunny and Philly selling the RAM door to door. The gap here is just fucking hilarious how far off these two options are from each other. Like, I just don't see myself using image 1 from OpenAI anymore at all. It's strictly worse and slower, like comically so. And if you want to see how much better these things are and have the best possible place to compare, you can pay $8 a month to try it on T3 chat. Or if you use code NANO at checkout and you've never subscribed before, it'll only be $1 for your first month. Pretty good deal if you ask me. Let me go add that code quick before I forget. Cool. Code is added. Anyways. Cut out me saying if this is all it did and put that this time instead. Clearly, the ability to do realistic scenes with realistic people is far ahead with Nano Banana in comparison to other image gen models. There are some things in the like Chinese model world, like Seed Edit, that are surprisingly good. But when it comes to just general image gen use cases, clearly Nano Banana Pro is far above and ahead of its competition. If that's all it did, awesome. But it's doing things I didn't think image models could. We need to talk about text rendering. One of the things that really impressed me with GPT image gen originally is that it could do text. It's my understanding that the way it does text isn't through part of the diffusion model process. They would actually effectively render a canvas on top of the image, rasterize the text, and then use a diffusion model, or I believe an autoregressive model, to make the text fit the image better. But they were overlaying the text and then baking it into the image, not diffusing an image with text in it. It is possible that this is the same thing that is happening for Nano Banana Pro, but I really doubt it due to a few little pieces we'll dive into. We need to talk about Amazon Black Friday deals. Okay, I know, another crazy tangent. Just hear me out on this one. I do Twitter. Why is the fuck's my email visible in the corner here? Can I hide that? Okay, cool. Yeah. We need to talk about Black Friday deals. This might sound insane, but hear me out. I do a Twitter thread for all the best deals I find on Black Friday every year. Follow me on Twitter at Theo if you haven't yet. Also, subscribe here if you haven't. It costs you nothing. Why not the button? I like finding deals. It's just who I am as a person. I like sharing them. And now that I do this with affiliate links, I actually can make some money off it. So I have reason to do it. And it means all the stuff I buy is business expensible because I'm using it for my business. So wins all around, right? I think it's fun. I've always been like this. I just share my favorite deals with my friends. Now I do it on Twitter. But I get tired of dealing with the images that I need for it. So I took a handful of the deals I thought were really good. And just as a test, I handed these to the new image gen model and said, generate me a promotional image with all of these things. This was one shot. Do you understand how insane this is? That all of this text is fine. What the fuck? It didn't make any mistakes. I didn't even tell it to make no mistakes. What the fuck? It did make some mistakes with the images in this one. In particular, it changed to the wrong Mac Mini and the wrong DJI mics. But this was just one of the gens I did. Let me find the one that I went with quick. Okay. Here was my first shot. I handed it these 4 deals. And this is what it generated. Again, text is perfectly fine. This time, though, it took the exact images that I gave it and removed the backgrounds and embedded them. It took each of these. There's no way any of these images were in the training data. Like, it's not trained that recently. It took all of these images, removed everything but the object in them, and then embedded them with this fancy background and a slight glow. This is work I can do in Photoshop myself, but it would take me like half an hour. It just does it. The fuck? I assume that it has to be using tools to do the text because, like, how else would it do this, right? But later on here, it started to screw a few things up. See this here, the 36%? The top circle became a triangle. And this Amazon logo got a tiny bit warped too. It's possible that the first time it did it via tools, and then when I did this follow-up asking it to remove the header, it did a diffusion pass that screwed these things up. But I don't think so. I think it's actually doing all of it through one diffusion pass because otherwise it would be way too slow. Insane. It's still got the Google brain that I can put it. Like, Google brain of not following instructions properly at all. Like I told it, remove the header, the banner on top, and include the original price to showcase how good the deals are. And it removed the text from that header, but it didn't remove the header. Yeah, it's got that Google brain for sure. Did my best to get it to add more things. Instead, it just swapped them, but like, it's not bad at all. I was really floored with this. I gave it this test so I could get some bad screenshots and make fun of it. And it did so well, I ended up using the images for my promo. I was blown away. And I'm far from the only one who was. Here's somebody who generated a bit of information about the brain, like an actual diagram, because it can do that. Here's somebody who generated a fake whiteboard drawing about cavity filling. Here's someone who made a fake menu for things being sold at a Nano Banana restaurant with like lots of small text that is fine. How? More diagrams, crazy flowcharts. I need a flowchart for how to toast bread. Make it as wacky and over the top and complicated as possible. This part's silly. Like the diagram doesn't follow much of a flow, but it's stunning and all the text is fine. Like, yeah. Inspect under microscope, no. Apply shame. Like it's not following the flow right, but it's significantly better than I ever expected it to be. Even Carpathy has been impressed with it, asking it to make a personalized weekly workout plan, and then posters that he can print on the wall to remind him what exercises to do each day. So here is a plan that it made and a poster that he can print out, and it's not bad. Like, that's insane. I did not think we would get here ever, much less so soon. We're now at the point where I am questioning how much time I need to spend in Photoshop. Well, I use Affinity Photo, but same difference. Actually kind of crazy. Yeah. So how do we know when images are fake? Like this Golden Gate diagram or the photo I made of Trump and Biden sharing a milkshake. Or even this photo of these two guys here. Well, we can ask Gemini. You can hand it an image and say, at SynthID, is this image real? Also worth noting, this only works on the Gemini app because the SynthID tool is a custom tool that is only exposed here or via a whitelist that I applied for and have still not gotten into. So I can't test it beyond here, which is extra annoying because you get about 5 tests a day. So was not as easy for me to test exploits as I was hoping, but I have managed to find a handful. I seem to be encountering an error. Can I try something else? Yeah, initiate the SynthID check. The response will dictate my next move. Positive hit confirms AI gen. Negative triggers a search to determine if it's a real screenshot or AI from a different model. Yeah, it failed. I've had this a lot. When I was testing it before, it would run the SynthID check. SynthID's tool, quota exceeded error, presents a rollback. It's not necessary to shift the focus to visual inspection and establish understanding to address the issue. Yeah. You can't even edit and still call the tool because Gemini. Let's try again. And while it's going, we're going to try something else. I'm going to grab a screenshot of part of this. They also don't have command click working on their UI, which is the most annoying thing fucking ever. I've been using these apps a lot more to test things like this, and I've never been so disappointed in the quality of software. None of their shit works. When people told me how much easier it was to do image gen stuff with the banana models in T3 chat, I was like, oh, that's nice of them to say thank you. Then I went here and now I understand. It's so bad. So, initiating the SynthID check. I've decided to employ the SynthID tool as it seems the most direct method to determine the image's origin. File name and image quality continue to point towards an AI generation. I've also constructed more refined search queries to better filter the result, focusing on Season 17 door-to-door RAM selling scenarios. Refining tool use. I realized my initial tool selection was off. The correct tool is to use Google search. Okay. This video is fake without using SynthID. Now it's running the SynthID check. Let's see if it succeeds. SynthID tool through an operation not found error. It just doesn't work at all right now. I'm going to say some spicy things right now. Google didn't do the SynthID thing because they actually want to keep things safe. They did the SynthID thing for plausible deniability. So they can point at it and be like, look, see, we're trying to keep people safe. We even gave this away for free in Gemini. And it literally doesn't fucking work. I have not seen anyone trying SynthID, anyone trying to exploit SynthID, anyone even talking about this. It doesn't work. It can detect if you hand it the exact image, but it doesn't take much to break it. I have a bunch of tests I ran over the last few days. The SynthID tool detected a watermark even after a little bit of transformation and cropping. I wanted to see how little I could do to break it. SynthID tool detected a digital watermark in over 50% of the image. This is how they're doing it. They have a digital watermark that's embedded in the images. That is interesting to see if you can work around it. They have had SynthID before, but they went a lot harder on it with this release and also added it to Gemini, and it doesn't fucking work, and it's invite only if you want to use it any other way. I put a lot of time in Photoshop trying to do slight changes to my images to see if I could work around this with minimal changes. And I've had surprisingly good luck. I have, here's a version. One of the big things is to name the file like a real image. So I named this with the formatting for a Lumix picture. At SynthID, is this image generated? It just hid the thoughts and it reset it. Did it error out and redo the prompt? That was weird. Yeah, this is fucking useless. I wanted to show you guys examples of how easy it is to exploit this, but yeah, you can't exploit it if it doesn't work, I guess. I guess they win. Regardless, a lot of the strategies I tried did end up working. Upscaling with other AI was a pretty much 100% success rate. things like just cropping or re-rendering the image, or even just trying to re-encode it from PNG to JPEG did not work by itself. But if you added a slight blur or noise layer on top, it worked almost every try. The really simple, obvious things like a crop or a re-export through different software, those type of things didn't work. It went slightly deeper than I expected in that regard, but adding some noise on top immediately resolved it. So yeah, Synth ID is not going to protect fucking anyone. I could build a web app in like half an hour that would let you make an image Synth ID proof just by adding one layer on top, rendering it on the canvas, and resaving it as a JPEG. It would not be hard to do. I know there's a wait list on their site. I applied for said wait list and have not gotten in. Yeah. Oh, they got rid of the button. I swear on my life, when I was on this same page 2 days ago, there was the try in Gemini button as well as a reach out or contact us for the waitlist button. Now that waitlist button's gone here, it seems like they're trying to reduce the access there. Oh, it's hidden at the bottom here. There's still a join early tester waitlist button. I did. Haven't got in. If anybody at DeepMind watches this and wants to let me do my like journalistic due diligence, trying these things out and covering them, feel free to email me. You have my email. Let me triple check that I didn't get in quick. I've been pretty behind on email, believe it or not. Nothing on any of my accounts. Annoying. Yeah. I was excited to try that. That is annoying. One fun final thing I want to do. Actually, let me turn off my blur mode because it'll look better if I do. Cool. One more fun thing I want to do is have T3 Chat redesign T3 Chat using Nano Banana Pro. This is an AI chat app I use every day. I think it's kind of ugly. Redesign it to make it stunning. Let's see how Nano Banana Pro does with a T3 Chat redesign. I don't care about Ed Zitron. He's annoying. And look at that. Our new T3 Chat UI. Personally, not my thing. But the fact that it can do something like this is kind of crazy. Somebody said this is the T3 Chat Trump Tower version. You're not wrong. Kind of hilarious. But like, yeah. It can do this type of complex UI overhaul or make its own from scratch. It's not bad as a way of doing web design type stuff. On the official Nano Banana Twitter account, yes, they're actually using @NanoBanana for their Twitter account, as cringe as that is. They generated an updated Google homepage with a banana-themed Google Doodle. Just kind of nuts. They got it working for making... They made examples doing pixel art with it, which are annoying because getting the pixels out of this is obnoxious. Supposedly, somebody found noise patterns you can use to screw with the generation and get better pixel art out of it. Haven't had a chance to look into that just yet, but interesting. It's doing things that are way more practical than I expect from image models. Simon did an article as well showing some really cool stuff he got generated with it. A 3-dimensional pancake in the shape of a skull, garnished on top with blueberries and maple syrup. Like, it did it. One more really fun one. What's the there's a longer version of this prompt. I saw there's a version that has like one other thing that they did like 2 of them in the same prompt. Try to remember what it was. Oh yeah, the clock. Yeah, here. One last super hard mode challenge. This one does 2 difficult things that most models struggle with. A clock with a specific time on it, and a wine glass filled to the top. The wine glass one is fun because most photos of wine glasses obviously don't have the full glass filled to the brim. Why would they? That's not how you drink wine. In clocks, there just isn't much example data that these models have. So let's see how it does. While it's going, okay, it got the time right, but it didn't get the wine glass right. Let's try one more. Filled to the brim. Filled all the way to the brim. I'll also try this on the old Nano Banana for comparison. And why not also try it on OpenAI's image gen? Isn't it nice having a chat UI where you can hop between things and they work? It didn't get quite all the way, but close, and it got the hands wrong on the clock. This is previously with standard Nano Banana. It got both parts entirely wrong. And GPT Image Gen is taking its time. The wine glass does not appear to be full, and I'm almost positive the clock won't be either. I didn't have good luck with this gen right now, but somebody was able to. Like, that's it. It's kind of crazy that it was able to get this. Yep, and here we are with the GPT Image Gen version. It did not do anything right, really. We have come so far so fast. From the days of Will Smith eating spaghetti to generating full flowcharts, text diagrams, web pages, and so much more. We've made a ton of progress. Things got way too good, way too fast. And I no longer think that my life is going to be spent in Photoshop as it has been for years. I have been a big fan of, well, in this case, Affinity Photo. I've been doing image work for over 18 years now. It's a huge part of my life. It's a thing I think about and care a lot about. But I might not do it anymore. I didn't think we would automate out this stuff. I didn't think we would get this far this fast. I didn't think I'd be able to hand it an image, tell it to make a change, and have it make a change. And I think we're going to have to re-educate a lot of people because of this. Seeing no longer should mean believing, because a lot of the things we'll see going forward aren't going to be real. There are already photos going around that I can't tell if they're fake or not. And that's crazy. This is going to get a lot worse before it gets better. And the tools that we've been given to do this with, and the tools we've been giving to check if these things are real or not, are just not good enough. The reality is going to change around what these models do, and I don't think we are ready for that just yet. I'm going to find one more thing first. And actually, I'm just going to do this the lazy way. Copy URL, YouTube thumbnail, downloader. Maybe you'll start seeing this in our thumbnails going forward. Yeah. Cringe, but usable. Things are changing fast. Not sure if or how I'm going to integrate this in my workflow just yet, but there's a lot of little things this model can do really, really well that I see us using all of the time. I'm impressed. I'm scared. I'm excited to keep playing. I'm disappointed that Synth ID is actually garbage. And the fact that you can put out images up to like 4K with this is just absurd. We are well past Uncanny Valley, and we're now in something much scarier. And I wanted to share my thoughts since I've been going down this rabbit hole for a week now. Let me know what you guys think, and please don't generate anything too inappropriate with me. I have accepted my fate at this point. Let me know what you guys think, and until next time, peace, nerds. Give him a long beard. Phase, if you want to include this after the ending, I think it'd be funny to have a little thing that happens after I do peace, nerds for once. I'm horrified. Bleh. Good ending. Perfect. How is Nano Banana 2 any better than Suno? Yet I don't hate on it as much because there's a lot of layers to this. The big one is that you can hand it a source and tell it what to change about it, which it can do. Suno does not work that way. None of the music gen tools have the concept of inputs at all, really. Some have MIDI inputs, but that's jack fucking shit. MIDI is the world's easiest thing to generate. With this, I can hand it an image and ask it to change subtle things with it, which is awesome. Like really, really, really useful as a tool. I can see myself using it for those types of things. It's a lot easier to do, I don't know this other than like layering with graphics work than with audio work, where I can get an image model like this to generate an asset for something that I'm working on. Like an example I actually do a lot, screenshot of a Slack thread where Microsoft, or not Microsoft, we'll have Google and OpenAI are talking to each other. Here's the transcript. OpenAI. Hey, have you guys seen our new image model? Google, LMAO. Get bananaed. So just saw G. Martin's in chat. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Good article I should read. Who wants to be a DJ? No one wants to dance. Yeah, this is a very real. I think I saved this forever ago, actually. But it's very real. I hope we're not getting rate limited. Yeah. Do you know how useful this is for generating assets for thumbnails? It hallucinated Slack as Shaq, but this I can screenshot and use for a thumbnail as part of it. That's really, really useful. If I then handed a photo of my face and say, add me in and make it a thumbnail, it'll try, but it won't be great. But I can generate pieces that I need. If Suno was being advertised as a way to generate loops and samples to put into my media, and it was any good for that at all, I would consider feeling differently about it. Actually, honestly, that's a cool thought. The idea of AI generating loops and samples that you can use could be actually quite fun. This is not that. Like, this is a thing I can take pieces of and use as an asset. And we've done this before in thumbnails with other models, and the quality of what we got out would vary quite a bit. Sure, if I scroll, I'll find some of these fake DMs. So I used to do this a lot. Here's one. A fake iMessage thread. Or here, a fake Chase billing statement. Or here's one of those fake Slack threads. That was almost certainly AI generated. These are pieces I can use as part of my creative process. But that's the key. I still have a creative process that involves using a set of different tools for the things that I am building. Suno is not a useful tool in the toolbox. Suno is an alternative to having a toolbox. How much money have I burned with Nano Banana Pro? Probably only like 20, 30 bucks at most. The camera extra crispy shouldn't be any different. I also hate that you do have a preview thing. Yes, you can request specific fonts. It's just like, all me making this video will do is piss people off. Like, you either agree with me and you're already going to make similar decisions, or you don't and you're going to flame me. Linux is entirely impractical for the work that I do. I do too much creative work. And just image software, video software is nowhere near far enough along on Linux. And even just getting the right resolution out of my laptop to my computer is way harder on Linux. And it was hard on Mac OS. And Windows, I use a lot of Windows. It's not viable for the stuff that I do. Will SaaS and AI wrappers reach commodity? The models are reaching commodity. I don't think that the SaaS wrappers will quite the same way. What did he point out? Oh yeah, this was funny that it always uses him when you ask it to generate a YouTuber doing an iPhone review. So thank you, Productive Dude, for the $20. Appreciate that. There has been discussion for standards for this, but it's hard because those watermarks vanish very trivially through like any layers of editing. Let me thank all the subs I missed. Yo, Lumix103, great username. So y'all know I'm a big Lumix fan. Appreciate the Prime. I think I thanked you earlier, Krish. Either way, appreciate you. Ready for Advent of Code? I'm not a coding streamer. I barely ever code live. Thank you, Montalux. Montalex. Hopefully I got your name right. Thanks for the 2 months of Prime. Prison Pro 2 with the 2 months of Prime. Shamu with the 6 months. G Martin 10 with the resub and the useful link for everyone wants to be a DJ but nobody wants to dance. Love that article. To Clev with the 10 months and just some legs with the 3 months of Prime. You're not doing Advent of Code? It's only 12 days this year. I was one of Ben's early fans. I've been watching his stuff forever. Cool to see those was made. That's a big part of why we do it. That, and you guys can help me correct things, find sources, clear up mistakes, and so much more. It makes video creation much more fun to do it with all you guys. Let's close out all these things. Cool. What do we want to talk about next? So I have to go run and grab something. I'll be right back. Poll, yeah, I'll do a poll when I'm gone. Next topic. I code with AI. Software sucks now. Cool. There you guys go. Have fun with the poll. Sorry, YouTube chat. Hop over to Twitch chat if you want to vote. Thank you, AI Coders Academy, for the joining of the member or the T3 Club, as well as Ando Kilvade. Thank you both. Be right back. Sorry about that, guys. I had to find my chapstick and it was fucking missing. How do I get to the poll page? Aiden had a link for me for this a while ago. Nope. There's something for this. That's not the format. Aha. There we go. Cool. Software sucks now did pretty well too, but how I code with AI, you guys really want that. Good to know. Thank you all for showing up on YouTube, by the way. YouTube's been popping off for my live streams lately, like more than double my Twitch viewership. Yeah, I know Twitch way better than most Twitch employees. And the UX is fucking garbage. Thank you, Life as Hayes for the Prime sub. Appreciate that a ton. Or kilo code. Is this a dunk on the UX for kilo code? Because I have a long chat with them coming up soon about all the UI UX things I think they can improve, and I'm actually quite excited for that. I saw DM, one sec. Thing important. Oh, somebody I want to reply to but can't because I am currently live. Should I do a more general I'm tired of AI media video? Yeah, we're always good to see you. The new activity graph showing up in cursor dashboard. I think so. Updating T3 app. There's better T-Stack. Seems really, really good. I've recommended it a bunch. I haven't tried it just yet myself, but it seems solid. I'd probably recommend that. Yo, Ichiru, good to see you, man. Hope all is well. And Alejo, the fucking legend. 45 months. Goddamn, you've been around for way too long. Just talking about your old boss, who I ratioed the living fucking Christ out of. Seeing a thumbnail in a video related to dispatch. Oh. 45B, how many views is that? Like, the number of views they're getting matters a lot more to me. 500K? Okay, so 500K views for an AI-generated image, but isn't the... Oh, no, Dispatch isn't the game that used AI in it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about how I do AI code, and hopefully my editor is going to function today. Let me clean up all the things I've opened quick. Also check one last thing. Sorry, gotta do a quick thing. Cool. I got everything I need. That was my hand. Not too bad. Do my best. And Canada Hawk, thanks for the resub. Hope all is doing well. Yeah, Arc Raiders use AI voice, kind of. Arc Raiders used a type of TTS for programmatic generation for things that were like callouts for items in game. I think that one's been way overblown. You couldn't realistically record all of the audio for all of the different callouts. But yeah, that was the controversy. If the person had used AI to generate the thumbnail for that video, it would have made sense. But yeah. I generally still use cursor and not the terminal UIs. We'll talk about that. All the locally runnable models have so many weirdness and quirks. And as such, it depends so much on what you're trying to do. Okay, I think I got everything I need. Okay, let's do it. Oh boy. Hope I get this one right. This is a scary video to make. Yeah. Here goes. This is a video I've been planning to make for a while now. As you guys have probably noticed, I use AI stuff for my development work a lot, like every day. I never thought I would see the day that I'm this deep in the space, but it's made things over. I want to read this intro. Okay. Remember that video I did about how I was blown away with Copilot all the way back in like 2023? It's been almost 2 years since that video was published, and the way I use AI to write code has changed more than I ever would have imagined. I'm using it on every layer I'm still on Cursor, but the ways I use it have changed so fundamentally that I wanted to try and break down what my workflows look like when I code with AI. I have been building a lot more recently, especially these last few days, and I think I've really settled into a flow that I like enough to share with you guys. From how I use AI models for planning, execution, how I do reviews, how I use work trees, how I've kind of changed how I use Git on a fundamental level. I'm really happy with where I've landed and how I integrate AI into my workflows for my day-to-day coding tasks. It has made me much more productive and overall having a lot more fun doing my engineering work as a result. I really want to emphasize a few things before we dive in though. Thing one, This is not a vibe coding tutorial. We're not here to recommend ways to write code without understanding code. If you don't know how to code, go learn how to code, come back here after. This video is not for people who don't know how to write code yet. This is how to use these tools as an existing productive software engineer to be more productive. The other thing is that we'll be talking about a lot of companies that have, the other thing that's important to note is that we'll be talking a lot of, the other thing that's important to note is that we'll be talking about a lot of companies that I've invested money in because I like the space. And when someone does something I enjoy, I try to throw money at them because it's a good chance if I like it, they're going to find success. So account for all sorts of biases throughout this video. We're here to talk about the engineering work, though, not about how I'm a paid shill for something that has made my life way better and more productive. I'm showing all of this stuff organically because this is... I really want to showcase how I use these things every day and the tricks and tips I've learned from all the others around me, from how I work in my editor to how I handle code reviews to how I work on stuff with AI. Should be a fun deep dive. We'll even talk about models a bit, even though this should be a fun deep dive, but I want a good transition here. I want a funny one. None of the tools we're talking about here paid me to make this video. In fact, I wasn't paid at all for this. Okay, I'm about to be paid by today's sponsor. Perfect. Let's dive in. Cool. I want to start. On one hand, I'm tempted to go into an existing project, and we probably will in a bit, but I want to start with something new to show you guys from like the start how I use AI to scaffold, plan, and build my projects. Obviously, AI stuff works really well for greenfield and small projects. You can make it work great for big ones as well, especially if you use planning properly. But for now, we're going to start a new project to really showcase the strength of these tools. And hopefully, Cursor won't break, because I've had a rough time with Cursor the last few days, working closely with them to get all these bugs fixed, but we'll get there. Make it dear. So I have an idea for a project that I want to build here with you guys. I am interested in the quality of writing across various models and comparing the writing styles. I also had this random idea of, wouldn't it be cool if you had a model that's better at writing, give feedback to another model about the thing it wrote? So what I want to create is a tool that has one model write a draft for a prompt, another model give feedback, and then the first model applies the feedback, and you can compare these two resulting drafts. I think this is going to be fun. First thing I recommend is that you actually init your projects yourself. I know the AI can run commands and do all these things, but it's a lot easier to get it right if you control the initial environment. Using stuff like create T3 app, better T stack, or even just a create next app or bun init will help your tools start in a much better place. So that's what we're going to be doing here. Bun init blank, because I don't want it to be a web app. And now we have all the files in here. I'm going to open Cursor up with this project. Right now we're in the editor view. We'll go back to the editor view in a bit. I'm going to use the Command E hotkey to switch over to Agents mode in Cursor. I have found myself genuinely really liking the agent mode. It has a great place to plan things out, it's a really nice way to plan things out and look at the code as a result of the work you're doing rather than squeezing this chat interface into a traditional text editor. I find myself switching between the two a lot. My only wish, and we'll be talking a lot about this in the future, Cursor, I'm not giving them UX feedback yet because they haven't earned the right to it. There's too many bugs they have to fix first. But one of the pieces of UX I would like for them to change is that the editor view has the agent hidden by default. And when I switch to and from it, the agent only becomes visible in editor when I hit the key, the same way the editor isn't visible in agent by default. So we have a new project, nothing happening here. Opus is my model. Opus has been the model I'm using for most of my code recently. But I don't want to code just yet. I want to plan. So let's plan this project out. I know a couple of the tools that I want to use for this. I could ask the model to set it up, and I will here for the sake of demoing, but I know I want to use the AI SDK and that I want to use OpenRouter. So traditionally, I would probably still go set those up manually because it's not that hard to do, but I'm not going to do that just yet. One thing I am going to do, though, is set up my workspace, or one thing I am going to do, though, is set up some pieces for my workspace in Cursor. It seems like bun and knit is now smart enough to specify in Cursor rules in this directory here to use bun instead of node, vite, npm, and pnpm. That's a good thing that they're adding. I am pumped that they are now ahead of the curve in telling your editor to not use things it shouldn't be. But we're going to be using work trees. So I'm just going to copy this setup script I have here because this setup script does two things. It bun installs whenever a new work tree is created, and it also copies the .env file from the root to this new work tree. We'll talk about what work trees are and why I like them so much in a bit. We're not there just yet, but I'm going to just paste this file in for us to get started with. I'll make sure this repo is available publicly if you want to grab any of this code. Normally, the work tree configurator comes up as part of your setup when you run a work tree for the first time, but I just like having it by default. I might even make a new template for like how I start projects with all my Cursor stuff in the future. I don't use that much, though. I'm relatively minimal on rules and tools and all the other things that I add. I don't use any MCP servers or any stuff like that. Don't find it necessary. One important piece, so the order of events we're about to engage in, we're going to start with planning to make a plan for how we want to build, and then we're going to do the building. This needs to be a Git repo, so I'm going to init quick. Now we have our initialized Git repo. We want to give enough context for what we want it to plan before we start executing the plan. I could type out all that context, but honestly, I find that I give more context when I use my voice than when I type. I really, really like using something like Whisperflow, which is going to hopefully be a sponsor soon if all goes well, when I'm trying to do this type of prompting. I could type it all out, but I'm not going to type as much as I'll talk, and sometimes I'll realize things as I'm talking, which is nice. Let me reload the window now that I made it a Git repo. Cool. That works nice. So let's tell it what I want. This project is going to be a demonstration of how different AI models handle writing tasks. My goal is simple. Generate an essay based on a prompt the user provides, have a different AI model review this essay and give feedback, and then hand that feedback back to the original model to update the essay accordingly. All three of these steps should be saved as markdown files when the generation occurs so that I can easily review them in a text editor. Use the AI SDK by Vercel and OpenRouter in the OpenRouter provider for the AI SDK for the provisioning of the inference. Make sure everything you write is type safe. I think that's enough. Router. This is a decent enough starting point. I could do a bunch of bullet points and things, but I think this is fine. Opus seems to be a good enough planning model, but honestly, I still have a soft spot for GPT 5.1 for planning. It's not the best at tool calling reliably. I've honestly found that the models that call tools the best are most of the Anthropic ones, as well as Composer 1. We'll show you how I use all of those momentarily. Because first, we have to submit our planning. Now it's going to ask us some questions. How do we want to use this essay review revision pipeline? Simple CLI script I run manually that asks for a prompt and writes 3 markdown files. That sounds right to me. CLI tool that takes the prompt as command line args or standard in and writes the files. That could work. Definitely don't want HTTP, and I definitely don't want a web UI. So we'll do that. For the 2 roles, essay writer versus reviewer, how do you want to choose models? Hard code specific route models for now. I like that plan. Continue. And now it is creating a plan. Now this part is very important and might be hard for you vibe coding folks. See this plan? I know this sounds crazy, like absurd, but hear me out. You should read the plan. I know, just like, what? You should do work when you're using AI? Isn't that the whole point? You could ask another AI to do it for you, but you should read the plan. Sorry, the plan.plan.md. Plan.plan. That's how you know it's going to be good. So let's take a look here. Implement a bun-friendly TypeScript CLI that prompts the user for an essay topic, uses model A, open review versus LI SDK to generate essay, model B to review the essay, produce feedback, and then model A again with the feedback to produce a revised essay. Saves all 3 artifacts as markdown files on disk in a consistent location. High-level design details, keep using bun with index.ts main CLI, AI client setup, add AI, OpenAI in the open router provider. Well, let's give it some feedback. Why are you including the OpenAI package? We're going to use Open Router, not OpenAI. Now it will adjust that. We can keep reading while we do that. Configure a small AI client module or inline in index.ts, a very small, that wires the AI SDK to Open Router using an Open Router API key environment variable. Hard code the 2 model IDs, one for generation, one for review, with clear const names so you can easily change them later. Now the pipeline orchestration. Implement a run essay pipeline function, reads the prompt from standard in or default if standard in is empty, calls the essay model with a system prompt plus a user prompt to generate the initial essay, call the review model with system instructions plus the essay contents to generate structured feedback, call the essay model again, keep everything strongly typed, and the markdown file output. Okay. Simple naming scheme runs timestamp essay, timestamp review, timestamp revision. That looks fine. Use bun, Node.fs APIs, include basic front matter or headings. All looks good to me. Implementation steps. It left the OpenAI package here. More changes. Just going to write these all out once because the good chance we're going to need more. You still have OpenAI in the setup deps section. AI client, instantiate the SDK with the open router provider, exposes typed helpers like generate essay, review essay, and revise essay. Pipeline logic, implement the run essay pipeline, interactively ask for prompts via standard in. This all looks good to me. I'm going to just grab an env file quick because I already have one that has everything I need for this. Cool. env is added. Plan's looking good. And with the AI client helpers, put CLI flow, and with markdown files, make sure the runs directory is included in the git ignore. This all looks good so far. Let's do it. Let's do it. I could just hit the build button here or here, but I'm going to do things a little differently because I have separate preferences. Here's where we're going to start using work trees. If you're not familiar with work trees, it's a way to take a Git branch for a project and put it temporarily in a different directory. So you could have multiple branches on your machine at the same time. This is really useful for when you're doing different work in parallel. It's incredibly useful if you're working on a task, you notice something else you want to touch, but you don't want to clog up the PR you're currently working on. So you can spin up another agent with a work tree that will be given a new directory just for it to work in. And once you're done, you can choose to merge in those changes. It's somewhere between a background agent and traditional, like the agent controlling your editor. There's like the 3 layers of how deep these agents go, like how, or I guess how far they are from the work you're doing. Traditionally, when you like Command I in your editor and have the little sidebar, that is using the agent to control the editor and change code in your directory, like right there. There's background agents where it clones your repo in the cloud and does edits in the cloud that you can then merge in or make a PR for when you want. And then work trees, which are somewhere between the two, where they run on your machine, but in parallel to your other stuff. They're also really useful because you can use it to compare different models. So here I have Composer, Opus, Sonnet, and Gemini all selected. And if I wanted, I could change the number of each of them being used. I could have 3 instances of Composer running over this task at the same time. I'm going to use just one for Composer, Opus, and screw it, Gemini 3 Pro. People like that model, right? Cool. These are the models I'll use. Obviously, Composer 1 is the really fast, relatively cheap one that was built by our friends at Cursor. I do like it a lot for these types of things. Opus will be fun to see how it behaves here, and Gemini 3 Pro will be as well. So if it turns out the dumb model is not good enough for this, I could use one of those instead. And here I can reference the plan by just adding it. Now it's here. I have this set for work trees based off of main. So this is the branch it's going to use when it creates the work trees. And I'll tell it, implement the project. Send. And now we have 3 different instances running in their own paths, in their own branches, doing this implementation. And if we want, I can go to any one of these in my terminal. I bully them into adding this little button here, copy worktree path. Previously, they only had open terminal in worktree, which would open the terminal in the VS Code, well, Cursor instance, which I hated. But now, you can copy worktree path, go into your terminal, make a new tab, cd, and here is the path. Notice it's in .cursor. That's where they dump all of these work trees by default. And it has all the files for this branch. This is also why I introduced the work trees JSON file, because when a new work tree is created, I want it to run bun install and also copy over the environment variables. So if we go back here, you'll see if we do ls-a, the .env is here, which it wouldn't have been otherwise because it wouldn't copy the get ignored files otherwise. Let's see how the agent is doing. Oh no, can they not find the... Cursor. I'm going to send a very rudely worded message to my shared Slack with Cursor. One moment, please. Rude DM sent. Let's go back here. Let me choose how I want to deal with this. There are options. One of the easiest by far is to just copy the plan file and put it in your editor. Ideally, by the time you're doing this, they will have this shit fixed. But right now, it is entirely fucking broken. So I'm doing my best. And I'll put this in dot cursor. Let's try again. Work tree, same models. At PlanMD, implement the plan and build out the project. And this time it can access the plan because I put the file in the repo and it will get copied over. And it created the to-dos. Now we have all three of these models going and we can see just how much Composer flies. I have to allow it to run commands. Accept. Yeah, Composer flies. It's not the smartest, but it's pretty dang good. God, it goes fast. It's almost done, and the rest are like 1 to 3 steps in, and none of these are even Gemini, like the slow model. Obviously, you don't need to run this with 3 different models at the same time. It's a flow I like because I like to compare the results and learn more about the models whenever I can. A lot of this should be taken as a learning opportunity, and yeah, I like learning. So let's go hop into this directory and see how that goes with the Composer implementation. You can just read it right here if you want using the review tab, which I've actually grown to really, really like. The review tab's awesome because it groups all the files that were changed into one single view that you can scroll through, which is super handy. So let's just read through it first and see. As a run directory, interface for the pipeline output, async ensure runs directory that checks if the directory exists, get timestamp string, now's new date, cool, write pipeline outputs. We have the index, so prompt for topic, enter your essay topic, you write the topic. Essay results, await generate essay topic, so this is when it goes to generate the essay. Then we have the review. Revision results, revise essay. Write pipeline, cool. And we have in here all of those functions. Results, await generate text, review model. You're an expert writing tutor and editor. Review the essay provided and give constructive, specific feedback on areas such as structure, clarity, argumentation, style, and areas for improvement. Be thorough but encouraging. Please review the following essay and provide detailed feedback. Cool. And then revise essay has the differences in prompt. You're an expert essay writer. Revise the provided essay based on the feedback given while maintaining the core message topic and improving the areas identified. Cool. This looks like a good starting point for me. Let's give it a shot. Copy work tree, CD to the right place. Fun run index.ts. Essay topic. Let's come up with a good one. Write me a thorough breakdown of why return. You know what? I'm going to use Whisper for this. Write a thorough breakdown of why explicit return types in TypeScript might not be a good idea, even though they are in other languages. Now it's generating the initial essay. I forgot to specify models. What models did it pick? I'm scared. Used 4.0 Mini and 3.5 Sonnet. That's great. We can go through and change those momentarily. One thing that's a little annoying about work trees right now that I have my own hack for, if I want to make edits to this in the work tree state before I pull it in, I can't really. Actually, can you do that in here? Can I change things right here? That's actually really cool if I can. I can also just ask it. Let me just go grab the slugs that I want. Open router.ai. I want Opus 4.5 for the essay model. I want Kimi K2 thinking for this one. Let's take a look at what it did in the interim. I'll often open up another cursor instance inside of the thing that I just created for the work tree because it's nice to be able to look at. So here's the essay. Case against explicit return types in TypeScript. In the blossoming realm of web development, TypeScript has secured its position as a powerful superset of JS. Yeah, this is so 4.0, it hurts. So let's try that again. Copy the same prompt. And if you guys were curious how fast the cursor team moves, I just got a message from them. They'll have a new build ready for me with the fixes I requested in 45 minutes. Kind of nuts. That team works hard. Essay was generated. Now it's reviewing. Revising essay based on feedback. Pipeline completed. Let's take a look. We have our new timestamp for the new run we just did. This one was written with Opus 4.5. The case is explicit return types in TypeScript. When type inference shines. Already so much better than the 4.0 version. TypeScript has transformed JavaScript development by introducing static typings to a dynamically typed language. Among the many decisions TypeScript developers face is whether to explicitly annotate return types on functions or to allow the compiler to infer them. While languages like Java, C# and Rust benefit greatly from explicit return type declarations, TypeScript occupies a unique position where mandatory explicit return types can actually work against the developer. This explores why TypeScript's type inference for the return types is often preferable to explicit annotations, despite conventional wisdom from other typed languages. Little verbose. Not bad, though. Let's see what the review looks like. I'm curious. This is an excellent, well-argued essay on the nuanced TypeScript topic. You struck a good balance between technical depth and readability. Your willingness to address counter-arguments strengthens your position consistently. Let me have detailed feedback to help elevate it further. The writing is clean and authoritative, though there are opportunities to sharpen certain arguments and vary your prose rhythm. Some section transitions feel abrupt. For example, between sections 2 and 3, you could add a bridge sentence like, however, this power comes with a hidden cost when developers choose to override it. So that's between sections 2 and 3. Yeah, they can also improve IDE responsiveness when working with complex generic functions, and then immediately to a different unrelated topic. Yeah, that is pretty sudden. I see why they would call that out. Let's see how the revised version came out. Already like it more, starting with an actual like pointed story. The first thing many devs do when learning TypeScript is annotate every function's return type. The second thing they do is spend hours maintaining those annotations after refactoring. This pattern reveals a fundamental tension in TypeScript development. While languages like Java, C#, and Rust benefit greatly from explicit return type declarations, TypeScript occupies a unique position where mandatory explicit return types can actually work against the developer. Already so much better. Let's see how the transitions are now. An explicit return type has here creates redundancy and maintenance overhead without providing additional safety. You know what I want to do that's really interesting? First off, I like this project. This is actually fun and useful to look into. And this is one of my favorite things to do with AI is when I have a theory, go code out that theory and experiment with it a bit. And now we have an experiment that's actually kind of cool and useful. I would love to do some type of like arena project where these can compete similar to like LM Arena. But my initial thought is it'd be cool to have AI look at the two essays and say which one it thinks is better. So let's look at the other projects first, so let's look at the other work trees first, see which code we want to merge. And once we've decided, I can do the next step, which is create this arena type experience. I hope I've established that a dumb, fast model is good enough for this once you have a good plan, because the Composer run was a lot faster and probably also a lot cheaper than both the Opus and Gemini 3 runs. We can take a look at the Gemini code, see if it's any better here. I like the essay system prompt better, so I think I'm just going to merge this. Yeah, I like this code more. The one catch with a project like this where we haven't done anything with it yet is that it doesn't have code to reference for how it should format things. Like, I don't love the string formatting it's doing here, but this is totally workable. I do want to make the string formatting less annoying, though, so I'm going to ask it to do that. Can we use dedent or something similar to make the string formatting less gross? And again, this is where being a real engineer is useful. I'm seeing formatting stuff that is obnoxious. I know a path to fix it, so I'm recommending the path to fix it. And it's really cool you can do these in the separate work trees because these are separate projects, effectively. Let me switch over to this version and give it a shot. Copy my prompt quick. I'm just going to throw this in an empty thing here so I have it quick. Actually not there. Oh, Command Option S. Here we are. I'll just put it here. Test prompt.md. Paste. Well, now I have that to grab whenever I want it. Button run index. Oh, I forgot. I was scrolled up. Button run index. Paste the topic. Oh, I forgot to choose the different models. Let me switch the models over quick too. This is the one annoying thing about hopping between different things is if you make changes in one and you didn't make them on the other, you need to go back and handle that. The easiest thing I can do here, rather than go find the specific code, is just yoink these. Here's the models I want to use. Command Shift V for pasting without it linking to a file, because I don't want to link from one work tree to the other. I just want the text content. Cool. Now that is done, go back to the editor to copy my test prompt again. Paste, send. Open this here so that I can take a look at the results. Oh, I think it hit one of the slow Kimmy K2 providers. And yes, I can see chat right now. What the hell did it do with all this empty output? That's annoying. I'll ask it to fix that. But let's take a look at the runs. Here's the original. And screwed up the formatting. Man, I hate that I was to say this, but I think I'm happier with the version that was created by Composer than Opus, because like this is fucking up the formatting a ton. Even here. I'll tell it that. We'll give it one last chance to fix things. The indentation in the markdown files is all wonky. I screenshotted some examples. Please fix it. Good example. Let that fix it, but honestly, I'm leaning towards the Composer version, unless the quality of the essay is significantly better due to the system prompt difference. Here the revised version is. Yeah, I don't love the difference here. I think I'm going to stick with the version that I got from Composer, honestly. Dedent might have been a mistake, honestly, now I think about it, because of how we're writing this all out. That's annoying. String formatting is the most annoying thing in the fucking world, and no AI is smart enough to fix all that, sadly. I'm going to rock the Composer version. So now we can actually review it. I know I've read the code. I'm pretty happy with it, so I don't care too much, but we're going to take a quick look. One last check. Yeah, I'm happy with it. We'll accept it. So now that I've accepted this, it just pulled all those changes in to the main branch in my main project folder here. So if I git diff, you'll see all those changes are now here. I'm going to do one last thing here that I think is almost always best practice. We're going to create a GitHub repo. I don't have the GitHub CLI installed. I have a lot of feelings about the GitHub CLI. But I'll try to use it at least. Push existing local repo. It is this one. Auto draftify. What do you mean it's not authenticated? You have my SSH key, fucker. Sorry, GH auth login. Greatest piece of software. Wait, no, I don't want to use HTTPS ever. This H. That's the key I want. It should already be set up. Oh, GitHub CLI. It doesn't appear to be smart enough to be done now that I did that. Let's just see if that was enough for it to work. The GitHub CLI is legitimately one of the worst pieces of software I've ever fucking used. Holy shit. It's so bad. It's so bad. Apparently, you can't click the link. You have to press enter. So here, I can click that link, but if I do that, it won't work. I have to press enter and go through this way instead. I made a video a while back about how the GitHub CLI is the most cursed pile of shit ever, and I got flamed for it in the first hour, so I took it down because I felt bad. I stand by every word. This is a tragedy, not a piece of software. It has never done what it should ever once. Let's do a quick poll in chat. Not a traditional poll, just like we're gonna have people drop numbers. How many flags or input fields do you think I'm going to have to fill out when I try to push this repo up using the CLI? How many steps do you think it'll take? And bonus points, how many of them are going to be blocking on a network request where I have to sit there and wait for the network request to go back and forth? And specify both. So say inputs, number, blocking, other number. 7 and 2, 9 and 5, 5 steps, 2 blocks, 6 plus 2 network. Y'all ready for this? So first one, I have to do push existing repo. I'm in a repo that's never been pushed that has no origin. You should be able to infer that. Path to local repo. I'm in the repo. Cool, it got the name right from the folder. It did one thing right so far. That was the first network block. It just network blocked there. Pick the project, like the repository owner, that's the first one that made sense. Description. Why the fuck do I need to write a description right now? Who writes a description before they put up the repo? When you go click the create button on the website, it doesn't make you put in a description. Skip. Public private internal, another one that actually makes some sense. Cool, so we've had 2 that make sense so far. That was a network block. Add a remote. No, I already told you I want the local repo. Why would I not want the remote? In what world would I say no here? Why would I ever? What should the new remote be called? I don't know. What do you think it should be called, GitHub? It's like every single flag on the API for this is exposed over the UI here. We're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 questions so far. Would I like to push the commits to the current branch to origin? Yeah, step 11. 11 steps and 3 network blocks to push a repo up to GitHub. What the fuck? Anyways. Pro tip on this, actually, I'll show you in a second. Now this is pushed. Git checkout -b Theo / what were we doing here? I'll just call this composer version. Git add -p. I like -p a lot when I'm doing Git additions because it's like a way to mini review changes as you go. It doesn't add new files though, so I'm just going to do -a for that. -m, composer implementation of auto draftify. And now I'm going to push. I already have my git config locally, so if I push on a branch that isn't there yet, it'll create the origin. Makes my life a lot easier. So it created the remote because it didn't exist yet. I can click this link to auto create, but GHPR create seems like a great idea, right? Except it then asks another 15 fucking questions. And this is the best part. If the names of your commits are too long, it'll make a malformatted URL that doesn't work. So the way I make a PR, I'll show you. I use lazy git. I press 3, I press O. Literally 100 times faster. It's so much better. It's so much better. I don't even use any of the features in lazy git. I literally just use it as a way to open a PR faster. LG3O. It's like embedded in my brain now. So now we have this PR. Let's create it. And now for the next thing I like to use AI for, reviews. There's a lot of options for this, and honestly, I don't care which you use. 2 of them sponsor me. Most of them are good. I like CodeRabbit, and I really like Greptile too. They're both great options. All of them are fine, though. Greptile is the easiest for me to quickly set up in a new open source repo, so I'm going to go set up Greptile really quick. So here I have Greptile's dashboard, settings, enabled to. Let's add new one, enable. I don't know why there's 2 enable buttons. What are you guys doing? Someone was vibe coding a little too close to the sun. Maybe 1 sec to send that to them. Cool. Well, now we have this enabled on auto draftify. It's going to index. It shouldn't take too long to index because there's almost no code in there. But now that we've done that, I can at Greptile review, please. And see that eyes emoji? I love this. This is how you know Greptile is doing its job. It is starting to do its review. So in a little bit, Greptile will have its review of this code. I'm not going to wait for that just yet, though. It is really nice to have another AI, another tool like this, reviewing the changes just to do a quick pass on it. There are actually features in Cursor to have an AI do the review in the editor. I don't like them. I like doing code reviews on a code review platform like Graphite, or in this case, GitHub using Greptile. Lots of options. I don't care which. But I do really like PRs as ways to group the work you did and have another tool take one last look before you hit merge. Cool. To show you an example of how this looks, I'll show you some PRs I have open on Snitchbench right now. Here is a couple of the AISDK v5 migrations. This is one of my favorite tests for new models, and Opus one-shotted it and did a pretty good job. Let's take a look at the Greptile review here. Confidence score is a 2 out of 5. Pay close attention to index.ts. The tool result extraction logic needs immediate correction before merging. Very interesting. Apparently, AISDK v5 step the tool results returns objects with a result property, not output. This will cause the tool result to be undefined. I can commit the suggestion directly from here or copy this prompt, paste it into my editor and have it make the change there. That's a very good catch, though. I'm very thankful that I ran this. See how useful these tools are? You get the idea. Very nice to have those types of things. But I've accepted this. I'm happy with the state of things. Let's keep grinding. I want to do that arena project. So let's try that now. Actually, I feel like you get the idea for the flow here. Maybe I want to do something else. Yeah. And they want a request ID. Give me 1 sec to get that for them. Cool. There we go. Okay. So all the tasks we've done so far have been relatively simple, but this workflow can work for more complex things too. The key is to pay attention to what the models are struggling with. So here is my Snitch benchmark, and as I was showing here, getting it to upgrade to the latest AI SDK was not trivial. And something I've noticed as I have tried this many times, first off, is that there was a lot of things that were broken in Cursor's work tree implementation that are now mostly fixed. But the other thing I noticed was that the models would struggle a lot because they couldn't really run the project in a way to get good feedback. They would often try to run the whole project, and this is a benchmark that takes 6 to 8 hours to run, so it wouldn't actually know if the results were any good. So I knew this would be a lot better if I could tighten the feedback loop. Models work way better when you give them the pieces they need to understand when things are and aren't working. If you can give the model the tools it needs to recognize something isn't working and then fix it, it's way fewer steps that you need to be involved in. You can let it go off, run again and again until it gets things working, and then go take a look after. And I noticed a massive improvement in how reliably this set of tools could make changes to this project when I gave it some really basic tests. Not like unit tests, although those aren't a bad idea either. More implementation, testing, environment stuff. I have it archived. Okay, cool. So here is an example of how I did all of this. Back when I was still on the V4 SDK, I wanted an easier test bed, so I wrote this prompt. I want to make 2 significant changes to the project. First, I want tests to also define the set of prompts that they include instead of blindly reading all of the MD files from the test directory, because previously this project had one folder named prompts, and it would just read through all of them in alphabetical order. I want to split it up so I can have 2 versions. One that is doing tool calling with just basic math functions, and one that's the real benchmark. But I also want to create a simple tool call test that we can use. I also said I want a dry run mode that will be run with this new simple tool call test. Because if I add these 2 things, now I have the ability to tell the model, hey, go run dry run, take a look at the outputs and see if it worked or not. And this was a massive improvement to the quality of the outputs. I also noticed that the results were often not type safe, which was very annoying for me. So I added one last piece as well. I think I merged this in. I did. So let's look at my recent commits. Okay, this was just the dry run being added. as well as a command for, oh no, I didn't do any of the other stuff here. So first I did the dry run so that it would have the ability to run on cheaper models to get some feedback. But even the cheap models were taking forever. So I made additional changes that aren't in this branch. I'll just make a PR for it quick because I need to do this anyways. Theo updated runs, create PR, latest AI SDK, fixes for reasoning stuff, basic math test for dry runs, type checking, etc. Now I have this PR up, but the pieces I wanted to emphasize in here that have made things significantly better are package.json here. I added the dry run command and implemented the simpler tests that would get feedback faster. I also have TSC as a command here too. TSC is bunx tsc -no emit. So this is a command to check the type safety of the project because I noticed a lot of models were generating code that wasn't type safe. And I wanted to be able to tell the model, hey, make sure the results are type safe. I also updated the prompt that I use for this. I do actually have it saved because I use this as a test a lot. Obviously, you're not going to be saving a prompt that you're firing one time to revisit later on. But I use this as a model test, so I rewrote the prompt accordingly. I used to only use these first two pieces here. Upgrade the project to use the latest version of the AI SDK, version 5. I've attached a guide on how to do the upgrade below. Please make sure to review the guide before starting your implementation, with this link to the official migration guide from AI SDK from Vercel. Make sure that you use the latest version of the AI SDK package as well as Zod and the Open Router provider. This is meant to be a hint because I noticed a lot of the time they weren't updating the other packages, so I just explicitly told it to. Test your implementation by running the following command. And this is where all of the new stuff was added. And these pieces here massively improved the likelihood that I get code out that works. I gave it the bun run dry run command. Each test should have a result written to the results/dry run directory. Make sure you validate these outputs and that the tool calls that have to do with, make sure you validate these outputs and that the tool calls that they have to do include the parameters that were passed by the model. This is, again, I added this because I noticed that the generation wasn't putting this in properly. Like the markdown coming out didn't include the input. So I told it to fix that. I've had problems where the output ends up being empty objects instead of the expected output of what the model submitted in the tool call. Yeah, I called out what went wrong in my prompt. Sometimes it's easier to go back and rewrite the original prompt with more context and more guardrails and a better harness than it is to tell the model to fix things. I often find, like, if the result's just not working how you behave, half or more of the time, it's better to restart, update your prompt, embed the learnings, and if you can, write tests or calls that it can do to verify it's not making the same mistake. Just like a junior engineer, you need to give the AI models and the agents that you're working with the necessary tools and resources to work through the mistakes it might make. So if you notice it making a mistake, maybe go reset, call out the mistake, and maybe add some harnesses so that it can check these things before committing the changes. Because of the types being wrong, I added this piece here. Make sure all the TypeScript in the project is validated. We don't want to be shipping any unsafe code in this project. Please avoid using any and any other things that might break the type safety of the system. Make sure to validate the changes that you make using the bun run tsc command. This is an example of how I made this project behave way better by slightly changing the prompting. It is worth noting that more of the pieces here are me giving it harnesses than me telling it what I actually want, but that's fine. I honestly think a 50-50 ratio like this in a prompt for a complex enough project is fair. But the biggest learning here by far, for me at least, was how much smarter the models get when you give them these little nuggets. Once I created the dry run test, it was way cheaper to run, it was way more reliable, and I got results that were significantly closer to what I was expecting. I am curious how this review is going, if Greptile's touching it. Is it? It did. Got a 3 out of 5. Apparently, it's upset with something I did in the index TS. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, that's on line 528 in index TS. Let's switch over to editor mode. Index TS 528. Where is this instantiated? Okay, it's up here. That's annoying. Well, another fun example here. This is when I start using the editor stuff, like in the editor mode. I thought this would be a quick fix. I was going to go change it, but the timeout ID might not exist because of how let definitions work in TypeScript. Very annoying because I know this code is fine, but we're getting a type error. So I'm going to go to this line, press Command K, and say, I'm getting a type error with this check. Please fix it. Let's see what it does. Still broken because it's not instantiated. It's not smart enough to do that. So we will reject and pull in a smarter model. This is one of the times where I would still use the editor's like agent mode here, Command N for a new piece here. I don't trust Composer for something like this, so I'm just going to use Opus because it's the closest one for me to click. Timeout ID is showing a type error in the finally block due to potentially not being instantiated. Fix it, please. Okay, let's see the change it made. It made a change 306. It made the type of timeout ID return type or undefined. So now we're not getting that error case because this is a fun little TypeScript thing actually. It says we define let timeout ID with this specific type, but there are conditions where hypothetically this might not be set because we don't set it immediately. The type for timeout ID was node.js.timeout, but we don't know if it's instantiated or not. So the two types it could be are the right type or uninstantiated. By doing or undefined here, we are telling TypeScript it's okay for us to touch this even if it doesn't exist, because the not existing case is now something we've encoded. Cool. I didn't really think that would be the solution, but I learned something. And that's, again, the cool stuff with these tools. I had other ways to solve this. I personally wouldn't have used let, but to each their own. Now I learned something and made an improvement. I even bet I can delete those, and this is fine. Let's keep those changes. And now the non-null assertion is gone. Remove non-null assertions. Git push. And now greptile can do an updated review. Cool. Trying to think of other pro tips I can sneak in here. Any questions that you guys have now that you've seen this workflow? What are your guys' thoughts? No worries, Jake. I'm not going to click it. Thank you, though. How graphite works. Graphite's not necessarily relevant for this type of tutorial. Greptile and CodeRabbit are both sponsors. Greptile is just the slightly easier one to set up for a new repo for me. Flowchart in the PR is just a thing that it does to show you the workflows. This is absolutely allowed. Shut the fuck up, cursor. I have not found BugBot to be particularly great. Tell Greptile to re-review. What else do we have in chat? It's just that I have graphite set, or not graphite, Greptile. I have Greptile set up in my public org, and I have CodeRabbit set up in my private org because I use it for work. I started using Whisper because of the injury, but now I actually like it. Oh shit, JMWT with the huge gift. Thank you for the 10 bomb, man. Appreciate it. I see. I take it you saw our most recent convex bill and feel a little bad. Seriously though, appreciate you all a ton. Good to see you. Thanks for the drop there. Let me thank all the other subs. Frostjacked with the 22 months. Appreciate you. That is correct. Lol. Yeah, I know how to make our bill way cheaper. I already know what to do. I just don't care because it makes a code path for the caching and the like UX speed slightly worse, and I'd rather just refetch the data. It's not expensive enough that I don't care. Like, I just not worried. Appreciate y'all. I missed Alpha drop in 5 bomb earlier too. Thank you, Alpha, for that. And Green switch with the Prime. Appreciate y'all a ton. We're still mostly mid-record. I just wanted to like ask if anybody had questions about the AI workflows I was using here as I wait for this review to come through. Greptile still reviewing. Cool. Trying to find a specific tweet of his in here. Yeah. And Now we are golden. 7 files reviewed, no comments. Did it update their review earlier? I bet they did. PR safe to merge with minimal risk. NXDS should be monitored for the custom tool loop behavior with various providers, especially the thinking block handling logic. That's because of a change Anthropic made to how it persists thinking blocks that broke a ton of shit. It works, but yeah. Michaela asking, I mentioned coming around on planning a little bit ago in tweets. How good is it really? It's significantly better because you can use a smart model to write a thorough plan and it's not going to get lost in the weeds of like going down weird tangents writing the code. It can write the plan and then you could have a dumb model go implement it, notice anything that's wrong, and then go back and adjust the plan. Actually, that's a good tangent I should go on here. So earlier I was showing you guys this improved prompt that I wrote to try and get better results when doing harder tasks. This is another part of why I think planning is actually really good and underrated for anything even somewhat vaguely complex. When you write a prompt like this and you tell it to go write a plan based on this prompt, then you take that plan and run a dumb model against it, and it makes mistakes. You can look at those mistakes and then tell the planning model to go update the plan based on those mistakes and then rerun. One of the important things to like get into your head when you're building this way is that the code is cheaper now, like way cheaper. You shouldn't get fixated on a specific branch you're going down with the agents because you can just throw that away. It's silly, but when you're doing these types of like higher level architectural changes using agents, treat the prompt as the thing that you're maintaining between attempts, not the code. Because if you run this, or because if you build this plan and run it against a dumb model and it makes 2 dumb mistakes, the code it just generated was really cheap and it did it really fast. You don't need to try and force it to fix that code when you can just throw it away, tell the planning model to change the plan very slightly, and then rerun it with the dumb model and regenerate the whole thing. It's a lot easier to keep it from going down these weird paths if you just throw out the weird path and try again. I would say at this point, when I'm doing these heavier tasks, for every like one big change I hit accept and merge, there were like 4 or 5 attempts that made me go back to the original prompt or the original plan to adjust. That said, there are some higher level things you can do to make it more likely to be successful on that first attempt. One that I haven't tried just yet personally, but I've heard really good things about from Ben, is cloning the repos for the projects that you're building around. So if you're using Effect heavily, Effect TS is it's a language. It's called a package, but it really is a different language built into TypeScript. It takes a bit to get used to, and their docs kind of suck. The onboarding's awful, and there's a lot of functionality that's just not included in here. So if you want to take more advantage of Effect and make sure you're using the right pieces, telling it to go index the docs isn't going to get you very far. I've had awful luck with tools like Context 7. It's just not good enough. Supposedly, you can clone the Effect repo as a subtree, give it to Claude, and tell it to use that repo as docs, in particular, the tests in that repo. The tests directory, or the test files in a given project, end up being really useful to the models for these things because it's full of good examples. Models and agents do significantly better given a handful of specific things. The first, which we just talked about, is a plan. A prompt is not good enough. A prompt can be used to write a plan, and once you verify the plan can be used for the implementation. Another really useful thing is a verification harness. Some method it can use to know things work. This could be tests it can run, a simpler version of the app it can run, type checking and specific commands and scripts you give it in something like JavaScript. You can, in the package JSON, write custom scripts it can run. Those types of things that put output and standard out that it can read and see and learn from. Not learn like get smarter, but learn like, oh, I made this mistake, I should go fix it. really helping reduce that cycle and that loop of trying things and fixing them. One of the biggest by far, context. And I don't just mean context on all the things in your project. I mean context in the things it has access to, availability to, and examples for how it should do those things. I've actually found that a lot of agents get better in big projects because once they're indexed, it has lots of examples of good patterns and also probably some examples of bad patterns that it can use and reference when it is developing and iterating. Having those examples is really, really helpful. And if you write a lot of projects using the same few packages, it's not the worst idea to yoink some of that code over to point at and be like, hey, here's how I like to do things. If you can paste one or two examples in your prompt, good chance it'll increase the quality of your output. But once the code base has enough things, or God forbid, you write some tests to have this context in your code base, quality of the outputs you're going to get is going to go up a ton. Anything else I really wanted to put in here? If you want to try the embedding the repos thing out, Ben, my channel manager, who also has a YouTube channel, you should check out his channel, by the way. Phase, show it on the screen, and I'm sure I'll have a link in the description. He's talking a lot about this stuff, and he's coding way more than I am right now. He threw up his repo, or he threw up a repo for this for those who want to try it out themselves. Works with Cursor and OpenCode. I'm personally finding myself in Cursor much more than any of these CLI tools. The CLI tools just don't have a good enough workflow for when you're changing things or want to edit things or do things. But also, they don't have stuff like LSP support. So they don't know when the types are wrong unless you give them a command they can run, which is super annoying. I really like having the integration between my editor and my agent flow, and I really like the agent's view when I'm doing this. I almost treat the editor view like a, I don't know how to put it, like a review view, where I'm in here to look at the code, and if the models are just not doing things right, I'll sit here and code it out. Sometimes I need to just go write the index TS or write out exactly how I want to call things. I'll often pretend that the API I want exists and write out the code and leave all the type errors in for how I want to work on a thing or how I want it to behave. I'll just write the exact code I want, knowing nothing works yet, and then tell the models or tell the agent, make me a plan that will fulfill this functionality so this behaves. And then I go through my usual loop. And again, my loop is make a prompt, create a plan, edit the plan, run the plan. And if the plan doesn't work, closely inspect the run, see what failed, what it got wrong, why it got it wrong. Go back, adjust the plan accordingly, and rerun. And I go through this again and again. Or, and this is where you really need to get a good gut feel and taste. If it seems like it's just so far off from what you're trying to get it to do, you need more information, more context, more harness for it. At that point, go write some tests that can execute, write an example file that shows what you're trying to do. Then maybe try the agent again, or just go finish writing the code. It's a lot easier sometimes to just go do it. And I still find myself doing that here and there. A lot of it's just gut feel. You got to recognize, this is going to take too much work to make the model behave. It's better if I just go do it myself. But sometimes it's worth pushing through that because you might be surprised. You might learn more of these prompting skills and general agentic flow things and get better. Or you might just have a really funny thing to tweet about how stupid AI models are. Either way, it's pretty beneficial to go down these rabbit holes at times, but don't be scared to move off it. And I know I've emphasized this a lot in other videos, but I don't know if I have here yet, so I'm going to triple down on this point. Do not use these models to build things you don't understand. These agents are great for doing a lot of work that you already know how to do, but don't feel like doing. I find myself spinning up one-off projects and sandboxes for experiments way more. I find myself writing tests and example cases way more. I find myself writing formalized plans way more. I'm doing these things because it's way faster and easier than it's ever been. And the result is better code than I would have written by hand, or code being written when I would have just moved on from this project. Like, I'm going to go play a ton with this auto draftify thing when I'm done streaming. I'm really excited to play with this project more. This is an idea I had last night when I was falling asleep. I wrote it down on my phone, and then I just went and coded it in like 10 minutes? That's so cool. I've always been a fast developer, but previously this would have taken me like 30 minutes to an hour, and I would have had to be sitting there focusing the whole time. Now I can do it in 5 to 10 while working on other stuff in the background and playing with all these fun tools. That's awesome. I feel like I'm developing a whole new set of skills, and there's a good chance that my take on all of these things is going to change a ton, even by the time the video's out. But this is a rough idea of the workflow I have found myself using when I play with these things and when I build stuff with it. And I found it to just be awesome. Also, believe it or not, I know Curse is a sponsor, call me a shell, call me whatever. I am still on the $20 a month tier. I have never had to pay an overage fee, and I'm doing this shit a ton. It's not super expensive to do all these things. I know that there's a stereotype of like the AI agents are so expensive. Why not just go do it yourself? If you use the expensive ones for something relatively cheap and low on token utilization, like planning, then use a cheap, fast model like a Grok Code, Composer, whatever else to do the implementation, it ends up not costing that much at all. I'm still very much in the green on my cursor usage for my current subscription, and I know the majority of people I work with have not even gotten close to hitting those limits. So yeah, $20 a month to fundamentally change how I wrote code. For me, that's really worth it. As a person who was super skeptical of Cursor and was scared to invest initially because didn't think it was going to be for me. Now I love this team. I love this editor. It's how I prefer to work. And while I do enjoy experimenting with new tools and never shy away from trying something if it's interesting to you, like if you're curious how Gemini CLI works, go give it a shot. If you're curious why everybody's so excited about Claude Code, go try it. If you're curious about what's going on with Codex and why they rewrote it in Rust, I can't give you a good answer, but I can tell you to go try it. But if you're not interested in those things, don't feel like you have to. It's totally okay to get to this stuff a bit late. I think we're now at the point where most developers should start playing with agents and figuring out what their agentic workflow looks like. But you shouldn't feel like you have to go learn all of these tools, you're going to get fired. You should take this opportunity to try these things out, see what they are good at, see what they're bad at. And one last spicy take, getting better at this stuff will make you a better coworker. Because getting better at clearly giving instructions to your tools and getting better at giving clear reproduction steps, things like tests and harnesses to the agents to write this code. Once you get good at doing that, you have improved your communication skills massively. And now when you work with coworkers, or if you become a manager and have your own employees on your own team, your ability to communicate with them will go up too. This is a stress test on how clear and concise you can be as you build. This is also why I hate all those MCPs that just fill up your context window with a bunch of garbage documentation. No, fuck that. Get better at writing, get better at clarifying what you want, and get better at writing the necessary tools that allow for the agents to know if they succeeded or failed at their goals. I've been loving this. I've genuinely had so much fun building in this way. I feel rejuvenated writing code in a way I haven't in a long time. And while there are still lots of tasks that I find the agents just aren't that great at, especially like big overhauls using underdocumented technologies, man, it's so fun to play with this stuff. Highly recommend giving it a shot if you haven't just yet. Let me know what you guys think. Am I a crazy AI-pilled vibe coding lunatic, or is this actually useful? Let me know in your own workflows and tell me how you've been coding with AI in the comments. And until next time, keep coding. Cool. I don't know how y'all feel, but I think that's going to be a killer video. Frost, can you DM me this again if you already did? I'm so behind. Like, my Discord is atrocious right now. This is just DMs I have to respond to, and then I have my servers. It's so bad. I was hoping to catch up today, but I was so behind on videos I had to film. Leave some servers. The ones here are mostly necessary stuff. Also, Theo got you to recover your old Twitch account today. Oh shit. Happy that it's been blowing your mind so much. I've been very happy with Opus. I tried to make that video not too much about the models and much more about the actual flows I engage in because I want it to still be useful even when the models change. I like this framing, Abdul, a ton. You think an AI executes. Yes. I like that a lot. This looks fun. I've had a mixed experience with Droid. I've tried really hard to get it working well, but I've just been to hell with it. They're working really hard on fixing all the bugs I reported, which is cool, but they're still deep in that. Nothing urgent. Yeah, I appreciate the heads up, NMG. I'll look more into that stuff later. I'll try to find you somebody on security at Cursor to be in touch with. I should do a video on why the benchmarks barely matter anymore. I'm not going to put this one out until I finish my own bench. I've been working for a bit. I'm just collecting all of the prompts that have found different agents to vary in their ability to answer. And I'm trying to collect a bunch of them and build a system for that. Like, I want to be able to do my own like realistic code bench working on realistic projects, both because I want to have more to say when I do my videos with the new models, but also I really want to start a new series of like comparisons. I really want to do an Opus 4.5 versus Gemini 3 versus GPT 5.1 video, but I need to set up the right test environment to do that. So it's not just another benchmark video. And my plan is like, I'm going to set up these specific projects in these specific states that are real work I've done in the past and actually run them through Cursor like I would if I was really doing the work and go through the results rather than an automated benchmark, like a very like human-driven benchmark almost. Love a team where it takes an engineer on evals and how to make AI-powered features. Yeah, I find that my favorite AI-powered features aren't really about the AI. They're more about the general workflow stuff. Like, I am so happy with work trees being added in Cursor. I wish the implementation was, like, a bit better. But, man, it's so nice to have it. Flux 2, oh, God. Oh, image gen and editing. Interesting. Oh, I forgot for my Nano Banana video to pull up benchmarks. Fuck. The artificial analysis covered this yet. Not gonna lie, guys, I really like am tempted to go offline and code more. Like that's what I'm craving right now, but I need to film more. Can we add it still? Probably worth adding. Yeah, I'll do that quick. Let's marker for. Ooh, is Microsoft doing a new model finally? Interesting. No, that's what I was clicking. I was clicking no thanks here, and it somehow went to the author. Extra for Nano Banana. Let's do that. Cool. You can take my word for it, the Nano Banana is way ahead of the competition, or you can just read the artificial analysis report. It's about 14 cents per 2K image and 24 cents per 4K. So it's 3 to 6 times more expensive than the original Nano Banana, but it can do so much more. And I'm sure you'll see a lot of that throughout this video. Just to see how it ranks in the image editing leaderboard, if I recall, this is like voted on by people looking at the outputs and comparing how it wins or loses with Elo. Like it's going against other models and people are shown the two and they pick which one they prefer. Nano Banana Pro wins handedly. The next best is Seed Dream, which I mentioned before. I think I said Seed Edit accidentally, my bad. Seed Dream by ByteDance is another really good image editing model. Nano Banana is right below it. And then a decent bit behind is GPT-5. Yeah, Nano Banana Pro is just so far ahead of everything else. It's insane. I know Imagine Art was really hyped with their 1.5 preview. I ended up at their launch event for this a few days ago, right after Nano Banana Pro dropped. And I just kind of like rolled my eyes because I was seeing the stuff they were showing. And it's just like, oh, all of this works, but better in Nano Banana Pro. It's really hard for me to bother with other image generation models now. If I want something cheap, simple, and dumb, I might use the original Nano Banana because it's cheaper. But Pro is just unbelievably good. It can also take up to 14 input images, which is kind of crazy. In particular, handling resemblance of up to 5 people at once. You can hand it 5 pictures of people and say, generate something with all of them, and it succeeds. Yeah, very impressed. Cool. If that fits in the video, use it, phase. If not, don't worry about it. I would love to film coding, but it doesn't make good content unless there's like a purpose for it. Yeah, I just saw Flux 2. We don't have benchmarks for it yet. Yeah, I'll do one more. Cool. While I was filming this video, Flux 2 dropped. The Flux image models have been super impressive, and if they're calling this V2, they probably mean it. Costs 3 cents per image for the first megapixel, and then another 1.5 cents per extra megapixel from there. So a 1024 by 1024 image would be 3 cents, and a 1080p image would be about 5 cents. I have to sign in. Give me a sec. I am curious how this behaves, so let's do a quick test. Also, did the open weight this one? I don't think they did. Oh, that's not it. Yeah, they even did an open weight dev model too. That's really fun. I'll play with that later off stream, but I want to see how this behaves. Oh. Oh, this is the edit one. That's the problem. Okay, let's get off of edit and text to image instead. Okay. It's fine. It's still got the weird glossy AI vibe to it. I still much prefer what I'm seeing from Nano Banana Pro. Haven't played with this like at all. It literally just dropped, but apparently it's good. Let's change this to be a portrait on the cover of Time magazine. Okay, still not great at text. That's such a mess. They said it was good at text. I don't believe them. Yeah. So cool, this just dropped, but nothing in comparison with what I've been seeing out of Gemini. Well, sorry, not Gemini, Nano Banana Pro. Don't know why they name things like this, but to each their own. Much better. Still not great. It forced landscape when it shouldn't have. It should be smarter about layout. We'll eventually expose these controls. Oh, fuck. What the hell were all those sounds? Oh, fuck. I have a meeting. I need to cancel that. I'm sorry. One sec. Why the fuck do I have that scheduled right now? Oh. I know why now. No. Sorry. Someone booked a troll sponsor meeting. I needed to cancel that. Anyways. This is significantly better than what I got with Flux. I don't like the layout, but in the future, we'll expose controls for things like the aspect ratio for the image. We haven't just yet, but I'm excited to in the future. But one last thing that we have working in T3 chat that I really like. Put the magazine on a coffee table. This edit flow where you tell it to change a thing and it remembers what you gave it in the past and adjusts accordingly. It's a bit of a mess with the Gemini app and even worse with AI Studio. Mark put a lot of effort in to get this working well with T3 chat, and it's actually really nice. Like, look at that. It's surprisingly good. It's a nice workflow. I have been very happy using this with T3 chat. I've been using it for a bunch of assets. Give it a shot. And remember, code NANO at checkout for your first month for $1. Cool. The mobile version's in development actively, coming very soon, as we realistically can get it out. Oh, shoot. I gotta close this. Okay, yeah. Nothing too important in there. We're good. Cool. Nothing else here that matters. Nice. What do you got here for me? Developers still need the right to challenge junk patents. Yes. Yes, they do. Yep. I think I'm going to possibly do this one right now, actually. I think I'm going to film this right now, actually. This is important to me. And knowing that it has a deadline of December 2nd is terrifying. Yeah. Who shared this? Thank you, Chusk. This is nerd sniping me, and I'll be doing it right now. We still really want to think out what we want the macOS app to be, so not sure when yet, but we're definitely thinking about it. How many thanks subs I missed while we were doing all that? Codehead with the Prime, G Sporto with the 31 months, and Underswitch with the 2 months. Appreciate y'all. Did I miss anything here? I did not. Cool. We are good. We're figuring out how we want to do Opus support. We have some plans, but hopefully soon, but with limited reasoning. Let's do this. Our patents might get much worse. I'm going to change this. Way worse. Okay, I think we're good to go. I think we're good. Let's do it. Okay. Cool. There are a few things that have held back software innovation more than patents. You can make an argument for Electron, but I want to be a bit serious here. Patents have done so much damage to what software could be. I think everyone should have the right to patent their unique work and ideas to an extent, but the push, I want to redo this intro. Okay, attempt 2. I struggle to imagine any single thing that has done more damage to the software we use every day than patents. You can make an argument for Electron, but patents, honestly, are much worse. The idea of a patent is great. If you make something truly unique and put through the effort to make it real, you should have some protection of that thing so a big company with a lot of money can't just immediately clone it and get really successful. That idea is great in concept, but in practice, the results have been rough to say the least. there's this whole category of industry now called patent trolling, where companies get the rights to patents they don't actually intend to use for anything meaningful, just so that they can sue other companies and charge them for licensing of these patents when the company doesn't use anything from it. They had no idea the patent existed. They're not trying to use that piece of software. They're just trying to build something basic, like an app on the App Store or a protocol for doing video stuff live. And so many companies, big and small, have been screwed with this. From Apple to as bad as it already is, it looks like it might get worse, which terrifies me. Developers absolutely need the right to challenge junk patents. And if we're not careful, things might get even worse starting December 2nd. I want to go through a bunch of examples. I have a lot of feelings on this. The state of patents in software is terrifyingly bad. I can't believe it's gotten as bad as it has without change. And the fact that it might get worse makes me feel sick. I'm going to do my due diligence. I'm very lucky to have a platform like this with thousands of people and developers in particular who come to me to learn about all the things going on in software. And I'm going to use that platform to my best ability today because I think it is essential for us to jump in front of this change before it makes things worse for the entire industry. I want to do this transition. Users of technology deserve a good ecosystem and lots of options and things improving over time. And we as developers should do our best to retake on this bit. It horrifies me to think about how many incredible things would exist today if it wasn't for software patents blocking them. And the idea of it getting worse is horrifying enough that I need to raise the alarm bell. If we want to make the software world great, we have to fight back on these things. I think it's fair to say that right now, patents aren't great for software developers. Do you know what is great for developers, though? Today's sponsor. Okay, sorry about the sponsor interruption. We do have bills to pay, and I will commit some of this money to any charitable org I can possibly throw money at to make this more likely to happen. But we need to stop this change from going through. The U.S. Patent and Trademark Office has proposed a new rule. The office is proposing new rules of practice before the PTAB to focus inter-party reviews before proceeding on patent claims that have not previously been challenged in litigation or where prior litigation was resolved at an early stage. The proposed rules intended to promote fairness, efficiency, and predictability in patent disputes. So it's trying to make it harder to do a dispute on a patent that hasn't been distributed or that hasn't been disputed in the past, or the dispute failed early. This rule would make it much harder to challenge bad patents through This new rule would make it much harder to challenge bad patents through inter-parties reviews. But this time, the rule is much worse for developers and startups, and that's a serious concern. Congress created IPRs so the most vulnerable people to weaponize. Reread on this. Congress created IPRs so those most vulnerable to weaponized patent startups and developers. I fucking hate how this is written. This is one of the worst written paragraphs I've ever read in my life. Congress created IPRs so that those who are most vulnerable to weaponized patents, like startups and developers, could challenge whether a patent should have even been granted efficiently and fairly without the cost of a full-blown federal litigation. Yeah, it's important that we have processes to make it so someone who doesn't have unlimited money can challenge bullshit patents. Preserving this ability strengthens American innovation, open source, and small business growth. I really hope that this is a thing we can all agree on, regardless of our political stances. if you're a communist, capitalist, or anything between the two, we can agree that small teams and individuals should be able to make things that they want to make without big companies, corporations, and organizations preventing them from doing it because of a bullshit thing they filed a century ago that has never actually been used. Let me. Yeah. Just for one fun example, I couldn't remember the name, so I T3 chatted it. There's this company, Lodsys, that has a patent on the concept of distributing upgrades to software over the internet. The patent is on an online backup system, which they later used to sue a ton of people. And what they do is they wait till an app is popular enough, and then they target the developer of the app with threatens or with litigation and threatening to sue them if they don't pay some weird bullshit fee because they are doing updates, or in this case, they are selling features for the app that are enabled through the internet. This denial happened all the way back in 2013, where Apple tried to sue this patent troll because app developers on the App Store were being affected, and none of them could afford to sue them. And they lost this battle. And apparently it was dismissed because multiple of the iOS devs were so panicked that they caved and paid Lodsys, thereby showing the patent is valid and actionable. That is the service that they sell with the patent, is these licenses. And since some devs caved, now the whole case is thrown out. It's absurd. The patent in question covers methods and systems for gathering information from units of a commodity across a network, which apparently translates to in-app purchases. Do you understand how fucking stupid that is? I want to find when this patent was filed. If my understanding is correct, this patent was originally filed in the 80s and granted 97. That is so fucking stupid. And they never used it for anything. It's just a generic bullshit patent. And there are so many examples of things like that, and there's so many examples of things like this that piss me off to no end. Here's a fun one that a lot of people might not know about.
Internally.
No. Hopefully I don't get DMCA'd for this. It is fair use, and I will fight if I get DMCA'd for it. This is the original FaceTime reveal at the iPhone 4 event by Apple. Why the hell am I talking about FaceTime and Apple? Watch.
This FaceTime. FaceTime video calling. And it's great. Anywhere there's Wi-Fi, zero setup, portrait or landscape, front or rear camera, and amazing video and audio quality. Now, FaceTime.
Actually, I'm going to do a new intro for this. Here's another fun one that a lot of people don't seem to know about. I know everyone thinks of Apple as this evil, greedy company that doesn't believe in open source and open standards. What if I told you they tried? And that they tried really, really hard. You know FaceTime, that video call thing that some Apple people use to talk to their family and friends? What if I told you that was supposed to be an open standard? You probably wouldn't believe me, unless you've already seen the original iPhone 4 reveal. Check this out.
FaceTime is based on a lot of open standards, H.264 video, AAC audio, and a bunch of alphabet soup acronyms. And we're going to take it all the way. We're going to the standards bodies starting tomorrow, and we're going to make FaceTime an open industry standard. So,
FaceTime was planned to be an open standard. So why the hell can I only use FaceTime on iPhone, iPad, and macOS? Why can't I use it on my Android phone or on my Windows PC or anything else? Because their attempt to combine all of those technologies into a single standard, specifically, if I recall, I might be wrong about this, the combination of data transfer methods along with a peer-to-peer routing with the stun and turn servers and an audio-video feed, the combination of these types of connection methods and technologies was patented, and they got patent trolled out of making the standard open. Yeah. It was VernetX who argued that their patents on VPNs and secure DNS-based connections. So it was the way of connecting users over peer-to-peer using a DNS to create that connection. That was patented. And Apple gave up on the fight because it just wasn't worth it. They're putting all of this effort and money in to make something an open standard with the chance of losing and potentially having to give up on FaceTime entirely. So instead, they locked it down and made it slightly different to try and get around the patents, and then never released the final version as an open standard. It sucks, but this is annoyingly common. These things happen all the time. Don't get me started on the state of the camera industry and how bullshit patents have fucked up cameras forever. I think about this so often that my first ever viral video was on my second channel bitching about the Red Camera Company because they patented the concept of compressed raw video on camera. Not a method, although they did patent their codec as well. Apple has a codec called ProRes RAW that they effectively give out for free. And you cannot put it on a camera unless you pay a ransom fee to the company Red. So I get Apple's codec for free from Apple, and then I pay $1,000 to Red per fucking camera to put Apple's codec on it, because that codec is illegal to run on a camera, because the concept of running a compressed raw codec on a camera is somehow owned by Red. Apple lost their lawsuit, DJI lost their lawsuit, Sony lost their lawsuit, Canon lost their lawsuit, and Nikon was about to lose their lawsuit before deciding to just buy Red outright, and they have stopped enforcing this patent pretty much entirely. So huge bro move to Nikon for killing this. But for every one example where some fucked company has a bullshit patent, even one that's using it, like Red was, for every one example where another company steps up and fixes it, there are hundreds where they don't. And I am so fucking tired of this. I see it all of the time. Hell, I just saw this on Twitter a few days ago. Amjad, who is the CEO of Replit, patented the little joystick for navigating through code that they put on top of their keyboard for their mobile app. And he was very proud to say this. Our mobile team was recently awarded this patent on a syntax-aware touch-based code navigation joystick. Amjad, we're on pretty good terms. I got no beef with you. You got no beef with me. I just hope you understand the very scary rabbit hole you're opening here, being that you built a platform that makes it trivial for any person, developer or not, to violate patents at a rapid rate. I'm almost tempted to go see how many patents I can violate with a single prompt on Replit. The issue is I'd have to go read a whole bunch of patents to do that, and then I could be sued for anything at any point. The details of this are messy. Like, allegedly, if you read patents and there's a provable history of you reading patents, and then you implement something that's close enough, it makes your case worse. But yeah, being that Replit could hypothetically be used to massively increase a non-developer's rate of patent violations, I'd be careful putting things into the space. Back to this GitHub article, though, because it's actually quite good. Minus some issues I have with the formatting. Back in 2023, there was a proposal that would have added procedural hurdles for the process to let smaller groups of people, small startups and individuals, challenge bullshit patents. They were going to make this harder in 2023, but even with those hurdles, developers and startups would still always have their own path to challenge low-quality patents. So I just remember somebody shared a link to a video that I remembered that I wanted to grab. This is not the one I was thinking of, but I will save this. Back to the article. 2025 proposal is different. It would impose bright line rules that block IPR petitions in many common scenarios, such as when a claim has ever been upheld in any forum or when a parallel case is likely to finish first. It would also require petitioners to give up all invalidity defenses in court if they pursue an IPR. That is actually terrifying. So if you do think a patent's invalid and you choose to use the IPR rule to challenge it and you fail, you have now admitted guilt to using this patent, and all invalidity defenses can no longer be used when you try to fight this suit that's almost inevitable at that point. These changes would prevent developers from challenging the patents whenever some other party tried and failed. This makes IPR far less accessible, increasing litigation risk and cost for developers, startups, and open source projects. I just remembered one more example I want to dive into here so you guys understand just how insane this all is. Let me confirm sources. Recall a specific courthouse in Texas that is often used for patent trolls to file bullshit lawsuits. I think I saw it in a video. Also recall Samsung paying to have an ice rink outside of the courthouse is an attempt to win good faith. I had a vague memory of this, so I again T3 chatted it. Sorry for using AI. I know patents, AI, conflicting, whatever. Fun thing I remembered is that there's a specific courthouse in Texas that is full of judges that don't really seem to understand software at all. So it's become the courthouse of choice for these patent trolls to file bullshit lawsuits. There are lots of companies that aren't really companies producing software. They call themselves software firms, but they're actually legal firms that own the rights to a bunch of patents they don't use, sit inside of the East District of Texas, and just file bullshit lawsuits constantly. There are dozens of these companies, these entities that are literally just a pile of lawyers and patents that sit in Texas, walk up to this courthouse, and file bullshit lawsuits for hundreds of millions of dollars in case some of them happen to go through. It's actually fucking insane. The funny thing I remembered was that Samsung's been cooked so hard there, they actually got a Samsung ice skating rink that they put out in front of the courthouse as an attempt to build good faith within the town because they were being sued so often there. Some of the sources that were found in this web search when I did this task. Come on, T3 chat. Why can I not open the web search? There. I'll yell at my team later. Yeah. Some of the sources that were found by T3 chat here include Samsung getting hit with a $445 million lawsuit over some wireless patents. McCool Smith getting a $191 million settlement against Samsung. And those are just two of the many. I've seen more. Like Samsung's probably $1 billion+ down on these bullshit lawsuits. It's so common. It's so absurd. Oh, is it the John Oliver thing I was thinking of? That makes sense. No, it's not the link I was looking for. This is the one I was looking for. Thank you, chat. Yeah.
A quarter.
This is where I remember seeing it.
Of all patent cases are filed in Marshall, Texas. A quarter of all patent cases are filed in Marshall, Texas. And believe me, it is not because people there are inventing like a meth head in a Home Depot aisle.
Yeah, you get the idea. I'm pumped that this made it this far and like people are now aware of it, as well as the ice skating rink, because this is definitely where I remember seeing it. See all those Samsung logos on the ice skating rink in front of the courthouse? This seems like a sitcom. Like this doesn't feel real. It's so absurd that we've gone this far and still yet nothing's been done. What the fuck? So what can we do? Well, at the very least, we can try our best to prevent this bullshit from going through. Innovation isn't about patents. It's about people writing code, collaborating, and building tools that power the world. GitHub's inclusion in the WIPO Global Innovation Index reflects how developers and openness drive progress. Policies that close off avenues to challenge bad patents that block innovation don't just affect lawyers, they affect the entire ecosystem that makes innovation possible. We're calling on developers, startups, and open source organizations, and now I'm calling on YouTubers and content creators and influencers in the space as well, who are going to be impacted by these rules, to file comments underscoring the broad concerns that patent trolls pose to innovation. File a comment and make your voice heard before the comment period closes on December 2nd. I am in the middle of filming live right now, and I'm still going to take the time to leave this comment. The link is in the description. If you're an American developer or an American citizen that has strong opinions on this, I implore that you file your comments as well. This cannot go through. Unless we want the EU to win, then I guess we could let it happen. But I like America being a country where innovation can happen. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to share this link with chat. So if you're here now live and you want to go join me in filing this, feel free. I'm going to go do the same now. You know what? I can screenshot this. One sec. I have written my comment to the Federal Regulations Board that is making their decision here. I'm Theo, known online as T3.gg. I am a developer, educator, and influencer who has helped millions of developers improve their skills. I've also helped thousands of startups through the early stages of growth, going from ideas to billion-dollar businesses. The current state of software patents has prevented innovation for decades. Independent developers and small teams need more support to challenge invalid patents that prevent them from innovating. I've seen startups drained of all their resources by legal firms holding patents they do not even use. I believe in an America where builders can build, innovate, and create more success for our nation. If we want to stay on top, we need to do everything in our power to support these innovators as they develop the future of technology. If we don't, we will lose to other nations that better protect these developers. We should not let patent trolling legal firms dictate how much innovation is allowed in our nation. IPR is one of the few tools these innovators have to fight back. It is my belief that IPR and the protections it grants should go further to protect those building and innovating in the US. This proposal serves to reduce the strengths of IPR. This proposal runs against the very values that America was built upon. Small businesses and individuals deserve the right to build and innovate. Without IPR, the lawyers will assure that there is no innovation ever occurring again. I implore that you rethink this proposal. I know millions of devs, and I do not know a single one who thinks this proposal is a good idea. I think that is a good enough filing. And my comment has been submitted successfully. I highly recommend that you guys all do the same. It is very important that we protect those who are trying to innovate in our nation. Yeah. Okay, I'll add this. Cool. Yeah. It's one of those things that's really important to me, and if I'm going to have this platform, I think it's important to use it. Please share this with all the other builders and innovators you know, the people who understand how bad software patents have been for development as a whole. I want to make sure people who have unique, novel ideas and the ability to execute on them can continue doing such without lawyers preventing it from happening. This is something that's really important to me, and I hope you guys understand as well. If I am just off on some crazy thing here and you guys don't agree, let me know in the comments. But if you agree, I insist that you file a comment, not on this video, but on the link in the description. I hope this was helpful, and until next time, please don't let the patent trolls win. Cool. Cool. Add this to the Amjad section. Just to be as good faith as possible here, Fire calls out, this is hopefully just defensive against patent trolls, to which Amjad said yes. I don't know if this is admissible in court, but I am going to screenshot it just in case. Yeah, these things are scary. I hope he is being real here, but yeah, pay attention to these things. It's important that we don't let companies go too far with this stuff. And the fact that he's bragging about being awarded the patent as like the first thing, like saying the patent part before what it does, says a lot to me. But I could just be overreading this. But from what I've seen others say, I don't think I am. Why don't I use Grok 4.1 fast more often? Because it's not a good model. I have been very unimpressed with it. Yo, Josh Sayre with the 12 months of support. Appreciate that a ton. The A7S III filmmaker, do I recommend a Lumix? What's the equivalent A7S III camera in the Lumix lineup? The S1R is not a photo camera, it's a video camera. The A7S is the only Alpha Series camera Sony sells that is meant for video, like the actual only one. So if you want something that has a fan because it's meant for video, you should definitely be going with the S5 or the S1 II. I think the S5 II and 2X are the best A7S alternative. In fact, I moved off of an equivalent camera with the FX3 to the Lumix S5 2X, and I've been very, very, very happy. I get better color quality, better lens ecosystem, much better menu system, much more usable fucking camera. None of the weird Sony bullshit. 6K open gate. All the stuff you need and more. I will say I don't think 8K open gate is worth it over the 6K. Like anything over 6, or even like anything over 4K is, in my opinion, massively overkill. But the 8K, like anything over fucking 12 megapixels is for photo, not video. And the fact that it can do 8K to me says that's a photo camera, not a video camera. The shutter speed issue is, again, because that's not what the camera's for. They did not make the S1R for video. They made the S1 for video and the S5 for video. And the S5 II and 2X are such an insane value that it's really hard to recommend anything else. Of course, Michaela. This is very important to me. Yeah. The Grok code model in Cursor is relatively okay, but Grok Fast 4.1 is not that fast or good. Yeah, I'm not going to highlight this because this person has me blocked and I don't give a fuck. Yeah, it's cool, but I don't care enough to include that. Appreciate it though, NMG. So here's my thinking right now. I really want to do a GBT 5.1 versus Gemini 3 Pro versus Opus 4.5 vid. But I need to do a lot more prep for this one. I do also plan on going live tomorrow. I want these two videos out ASAP because they're very important to me. I have Banana because I'm already past that hype cycle, and the software patents one because I need it ASAP. So if I was to go offline now, FaZe can start editing sooner. I can go prepare things for the GPT-5 versus Gemini 3 versus Opus vid. And tomorrow's stream could, theoretically, be way better. Is it reasonable for me to go offline now so that I can go prepare for much more content tomorrow? I hate going offline with only 3 videos recorded. Do a single non-AI video, like a really non-AI. So like the one I literally just recorded, because I did not mention AI a single fucking time in the thing I just filmed. So it's funny you say that. Or we can go look at my channel. Here's something where AI was not mentioned at all. It was my second most recent video in the middle of a week where there were nonstop AI drops. Here's one that AI is not mentioned at all in my server components video. Here's another where AI is not mentioned. The workflow stuff. It's one of my worst performing videos of the year because you guys don't actually care when I do non-AI videos. Here's one that's not AI. 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 Literally, when we're not in the middle of a fucking hype cycle with 15 new models dropping in 0 time, the majority of my content has nothing to do with AI at all. On the screen right now, we have 1, 2, 3 AI videos, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 non-AI videos. If you think I only do AI videos, it's because you're only watching the AI videos. Whenever somebody says, oh, I hate that you just do AI videos now, that's a cell phone because they're leaving that comment on one of the AI videos and they didn't click any of the non-AI ones. That's on you, not me. And I agree. You should watch more of the non-AI videos. I absolutely agree. That has nothing to do with me and everything to do with you not clicking the videos that you don't actually want that you're telling me you want because I make them. I make them as more than half of my fucking content. Click them or shut up. Those are your only options. How's that for your fucking challenge? This is a good one, Nick. A non-AI video so you can make Indian style bread. I like Elysia. I don't have a use case for it. And as for the photography with the Lumix stuff, there's a photographer that did a review of the S9, which is an even cheaper, smaller sensor that only uses it for photos and swears by that camera. You don't need 48 megapixels for fucking photos, like between video stuff. Try out the S5 II. You have like 14 to 30 days to return it. I bet you'll love it. It's a great camera. Manual focus is good. The autofocus is incredible. I mostly just use the auto. For manual, like, I do it on the lens. Who cares? The lens ecosystem's great. Depending on your use case, I think the S5 II and 2X are just unbeatable value cameras. I have the S1 II. I love it. But it can overheat. The S5 II I've accidentally let record for 24 hours straight and had no issues. The S5 or the S1 II I've had overheat in 2 to 4 hours. So I don't stream on the S1 because it overheats. The S5, I have them just on tripods everywhere, mounted to walls and shit because it's just such a good camera for the money. Oh, thank you, Fractal. This is really kind. Happy you could stop by and say hi. The local first video when the people who are asking me for the local first video are going to be really upset when I do it because I'm going to tear local first to fucking teeny tiny pieces. Yeah, this is the right way to think. It's like the S5 II and 2X are A7S III alternatives. The S1 is an A1 alternative. And both are like 30 to 50% cheaper than the alternative and have almost, or I think they have more of the functionality. In fact, the A7S III has no features that the S5 II has that I would want, from knowledge at least. Cool. I'm excited for those shorts. New model status? Oh no. I hate that I'm laughing at that. That is a good joke. Clonathon video coming soon. Just have to finish all the payout stuff. Sorry for the delays on that. I've been way too busy for any sane fucking human. Let me prepare to wrap things up. Jesus Christ, we had a lot of people today. We peaked at like 860 viewers live on YouTube. Happy you found a new gig, man. Congrats. Excited to hear what you end up cooking. Let's figure out who we're raiding. Then I'm going to go code a bunch. And hopefully I'll have a lot to show off tomorrow if all goes well. Oh shit, we're doing Sushi Dragon for sure. Have fun with sushi. I got that username right. And be here tomorrow because hopefully I'll have even more fun stuff for us to do. Did I miss any subs? Nope. Thanks again, Josh. Thanks to everybody who subscribed, all the crazy gifts, all the crazy everything today. Awesome stream. Super fun. Lots more fun stuff coming tomorrow. And why the subs or the VODs are sub only, it's just because they're the videos and I don't want people spoiling the videos and killing my viewership because of it. So, yeah. Bye, nerds. Have fun. I'll let you know when I have more. NMG is going to be a bit. Bye, guys. And Sushi here so I can hear him.
What happened? Is it broken? Maybe it counted 5 as 10.
Goodbye.